Welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Todd Fredson, and I'm going to present an excerpt of a short documentary film, a visual narrative that I've made, titled The Diary of Sinali Karamoko, O Maroc. I'm a poet, a translator, a critic, and as a translator, I work with texts out of West Africa, mostly books, but also oral forms, and mostly French, but also some of the hundreds of West African languages that are there, such as Bete or Senefo. So the Diary of Sinali Karamoko developed from some conversations that I recorded in 2016 in Côte d'Ivoire, which is located with Ghana to the east, Liberia to the west, and then a part of Guinea, Mali, and Burkina Faso around the top. I first lived in rural Côte d'Ivoire from 2000 to 2002, and I was forced out of the country because there was ethnic violence that gave way to political violence generally and a civil war. And so I returned to the US. My friend Sinali Karamoko, who lived in a village just north of the one I was living in, was also forced out of the country. He was displaced like hundreds of thousands of other Ivorians. And so we were both able to return to Côte d'Ivoire once the country stabilized. And he shared stories with me. So we sat at a bar in Abidjan, which is the country's largest city, a city of about 4.5 million people. And he shared his tales of wandering around West Africa, trying to make ends meet, trying to hustle work. And in this story, Sinali recounts how he attempted to secretly migrate to Europe through a nib of Spain that's located in North Africa, a piece of coast surrounded entirely by Morocco. So presenting Sinali's story in the form of a visual narrative addresses a couple of problems that I confront with a lot of translation. One, who gets translated? Typically, it's literary figures, those who have an educational background, professional networks, and a cultural profile, but non-literary figures have amazing stories too. The second problem I often confront is just about forms. Typically, we translate written texts, but oral forms are, abundant. And so I'm thinking of songs, storytelling, slam poetry, even wailing. The idea of genre kind of dissolves when we stop using Western definitions, which become quite arbitrary elsewhere. And so there are just these forms with performative elements that a written translation can't really replicate. So the visual narrative offers a contemporary storyteller, Sinali, a space to have that dynamism represented. So we hear the cadences, his voice's timbre and texture and intensities, and also his vernacular corruptions of the French language, which of course I've approximated in English as the subtitles appear on the screen. So you'll hear a mix of sounds that are typical to Abidjan and lots of West African country cities, and they are rich sonic experiences. So those have been imported. And then in this clip specifically, you'll hear Sinali reference a mutual friend, Adam, who was living in Cambodia and trying continually to help Sinali have other opportunities. But if you are an African and not well-resourced, getting visas most anywhere in the world is impossible. So I've skipped the prologue, and we begin where the dialogue starts, following Sinali's story for about 6 minutes from the explanation of his arrival in Morocco through his attempt to find a way to scale the fence that separates from Morocco from that bit of Spain located on the North African coast. Okay.
It's very... ok. Voilà, bon, d'accord. Mon arrivée, après la Côte d'Ivoire au Maroc, je suis arrivé au Maroc. Quand on va pour passer pour aller en Espagne,
Quelle année?
2010, tu vois, 2010, quand je suis arrivé en août, je suis quitté à Abidjan le matin, le 9.
Comment tu as trouvé Maroc? Tu as passé par...
Non, Maroc d'abord, non. J'ai pris mon vol à Abidjan à 7h15, je suis arrivé au Maroc à 11h45. 11h45. Je ne connais personne là-bas, jamais arrivé, truc. Et bon, c'était ma deuxième fois de voyager dans un second time. Oui. Bon, je connaissais un peu l'avion, mais le Maroc, pays arabe, jamais arrivé. Bon, je suis arrivé, j'ai eu des correspondants, allô, je les ai communiqués.
Mais pourquoi tu as choisi
le Maroc? Non, je n'ai pas choisi le Maroc parce que, bonsoir monsieur, je n'ai pas choisi le Maroc parce que je voulais aller au Maroc. J'ai choisi le Maroc, je voulais passer ici directement aller en France. C'est un ami d'enfance qui est en Espagne, mais il était venu. C'est lui qui m'a dit, sinon, au lieu de faire tes papiers ici, tu veux partir en Europe, ça va te retarder. Il faut prendre ton vol, tu arrives au Maroc. Arrivé au Maroc, je t'aide. Je vais t'aider pour passer. Je connais des gens là-bas. Mais quand je suis arrivé là-bas, shit, il m'a laissé. Oui, je l'appelle. 3 jours après mon arrivée, c'est fini. Il ne prend plus mon vol. Mais après, il m'a aidé. Il m'a envoyé un peu d'argent pour pouvoir payer la connexion pour passer sur l'eau. Moi, j'ai dit... Voilà. Moi, j'ai dit jamais, moi, je ne fais pas ça. J'ai dit jamais, oui. J'ai dit jamais, moi, je ne passe pas par l'eau. J'ai dit, si c'est pour monter le grillage, oui, je suis d'accord. Mais passer par l'eau. Donc, quand il m'a envoyé ça, j'ai mis l'argent dans ma poche. J'ai cherché les gens. Parce qu'il y a 3 options pour entrer en Europe. 1, l'eau. 2, les grillages. 3, voiture.
Voiture, comment?
Comme les voitures, les Baka, les Massalons, là, les Mercedes-Benz.
Mais ça doit traverser la mer, n'est-ce pas?
Le pont, non. Il y a un pont entre Melelia et Septa. On appelle ça guérille centrale. Il y a une route. Après, on fait comme ça. Quand on fait, après, on fait bouh. Les gens, ils passent. Les voitures, ils passent. Après, on fait comme ça. Voilà, on appelle ça guérille centrale. Il y a ça. Donc, quand tu payes la voiture, 3000 €. 3000 €. Yes. Sur 3000 €, le tableau de bord, il y a la direction, comme ça. On dévisse. Tu rentres dedans, tu te couches plus en plus. Shit, dude. Si tu as vu ça, Todd, c'est la mort. Moi, je dis, bon, je paye. Mais je suis parti voir comment ça se passe. Je dis, non, moi, je ne paye pas ça. Mais le problème est que vraiment, si ça durait là-bas, j'allais payer. Mais c'est passé, quand on m'a dit que non, de me calmer, il va pour que je passe pour aller en Asie. Donc là, c'est pourquoi je n'ai pas payé. Parce que pourquoi? J'ai vu que c'est trop risqué. Tu comprends? C'est risqué beaucoup. Je peux mourir là-bas, moi. C'est chaud là-bas. Dedans. Le moteur de la voiture, c'est devant. Toi, tu te couches comme ça, sans habit, sans rien. Tu ne portes pas de dress. Nothing.
Comme les bateaux.
Oui, comme ça. Voilà. J'ai parlé avec eux, tout, ils sont venus nous voir. Bon, on va faire comme ça, on va faire comme ça. J'ai dit, bon, moi, je vais voir. On est parti là-bas, on était 3. On est parti voir. Moi, j'ai dit, non, shit, moi, je ne peux pas payer ça pour passer. Ce que je vais faire, je vais monter le grillage pour passer. On est parti un jour où il y avait beaucoup de pluie. On marche. One day. Maintenant, les grillages, c'est comme là. Tu vois là-bas, la clôture là. Ici, on peut se cacher 3 jours sans boire, sans manger, seulement un water. On boit seulement. 3 jours, on ne bouge pas, on ne parle pas. On ne fait pas comme ça. On peut se cacher comme ça 3 jours sans manger, seulement de l'eau. J'ai fait ça 2 semaines.
À côté
des grillages, pour que si le truc il dort ou bien il se remplace. Voilà. Mais jamais ils sont partis. Tu vois, on a attaqué maintenant. Ils nous ont arrêtés avec les chiens, les policiers, avec les armes. On a sauté. Les Guadja, on les appelle les Guadja. C'est des soldats américains, espagnols. On les appelle en espagnol les Guadja. Ils sont venus, ils nous ont arrêtés, ils nous ont menottés. Ils ont ouvert la porte, ils nous ont jetés dehors. Tu vois. J'ai dit, bon, j'ai fait quoi maintenant? Je dois rentrer. Je suis parti, on m'a jeté en Algérie. J'ai marché 1 semaine, 2 semaines, presque 2 semaines pour arriver encore là-bas.
So, some postscript. After he's tossed into Algeria, he tries to return to Morocco and suffers the death of some companions in the mountains. And he's helped by some folks in the countryside. And then he's robbed and left his shoes kindly, as well as a piece of meat that he had braised and ingeniously hidden his money inside of. He ends by ruminating on the grift that occurs along whatever migratory route is available to him if he tries to head towards Europe. You might ask, where is he now? And he is back in the village where we first met. And he is a cashew farmer. Thank you for listening to, reading, watching the excerpt here from the Diary of Sinali, Karamoko, au Maroc.
Hi, I'm Paige Aniyah Morris, a writer and translator from Korean, and I'm so honored and excited to be taking part in this year's festival and to have the opportunity to share a work in progress, my translation of Heuijung Hur's 실패한 여름 휴가, or Failed Summer Vacation in English. The 7 unforgettable stories in this collection range from science fiction to magic realism, from fairy tales to cautionary tales. I'm going to read an excerpt in translation from a story titled Stained, which is about a woman who's having trouble sleeping at night because she's plagued by strange dreams and vivid memories of the summer when mysterious triangles of light fell from the sky in her city. Thank you so much for listening and enjoy. An excerpt from Stained by Heuijung Hur. No one could say exactly what they were. They were simply the triangles. Every week, 1 or 2 of them fell from the sky. Once they landed in a certain spot, they stayed there. At first, everyone thought they were going to destroy the city, but the triangles had no weight. They landed without impact. And that wasn't all. They had no thickness either, no volume, no mass. Yet the sight of one, red or blue, and twice the size of an adult man, sailing straight down from the sky and implanting itself in the ground was menacing enough on its own. People instinctively shrank back from them, grateful not to walk into one head-on. Looking down from a skyscraper, it appeared as though slivers of colored glass were studded all throughout the city. Every sunrise and sunset, you could see the light glint off the triangle's ultra-thin edges and shoot outward, the multicolored shards reflecting all that light at once. Light beams pierced the fragments, splitting apart and fusing together again, and the triangles cast the patterns they made onto the whole city. It was a dazzling sight, like the entire city was walled in by stained glass. No one tried to approach them, but everyone wanted to talk about them. Cult leaders who decried the triangles as omens of disaster were especially common. That was the easiest, least intellectual answer to the question of what they were. Looking up at the vertex where a triangle's edges met, seeing its sharp gaze slanting down at them from somewhere beyond their reach, running their eyes along the sleek, machine-cut line of its hypotenuse. Some people couldn't help being deluded into believing this was the end of the world, the earth splintering into glass-like shards, the fragments of the universe breaking off into triangular pieces. But the world wouldn't fall into ruin that easily, wouldn't go to hell in such a neat and pretty way. I always thought they looked a lot like set decorations. But that might have been because I was working as a member of a stage crew at the time. I got off work at dawn most days, and as I came out of the side street where the theater was, I could see a restaurant with its lights off and a gas station. Once I passed the convenience store that came next and headed toward the main road, I could see the edges of a triangle glowing faintly under the light of the street lamps. A subtle orange or light green glow spreading out in straight, subtle lines. Withering flowers clung to the thick, wiry leaves that flashed through the glow. Whenever I saw the triangles, I imagined they were shards cut from acrylic panels that hung suspended from wires. Of course, acrylic panels had thickness and volume, weight and mass, as well as minute nicks and scratches. They were nowhere near as crystalline as the triangle I came across on my early morning walks home. Our stage lights were strong enough to wash out the nicks in those panels. I wondered whether aiming one of them at the triangle would create a similar bokeh effect. But the real acrylic panels, regardless of their shape, were only ever meant to be torn from the ceiling and thrown away. That was my job at the theater. I moved the light machines around, rewrapped things in cellophane, installed wood flooring, dragged in fake walls, and pushed them out again. I carried around cases of water, crushed plastic bottles, broke down cardboard boxes, and stacked them flat. Took apart the houses built of lumber and planks and cotton. Pulleys and wires, cogwheels and chains. The end of every performance left us with massive amounts of trash. The work was fun in its own way. After making the stage decorations, I could marvel at the ornate beauty of each one, and I found a strange pleasure in the process of destroying them. We climbed the steep theater staircases, arms overflowing with trash and props. What I loved most about the job was that I got to see the plays for free. As I worked, arranging the props off to the sides, I could appreciate each performance from the closest vantage point. That also meant I never got to see the scenes as they were intended to be seen, but that was fine. From the table read to rehearsals and all the way up to the play the audiences saw, I could remember in mirror every line, every gesture, every one of the blocked out routes the characters traveled across the stage. A lone hardwood table sits on the stage. On that table is a vase, a bouquet of cotton stalks. The actor's cold look grazes them. He doesn't touch them. Instead, he grips a doll's neck in his hands and pulls. The slight tear that's been made there splits open and cotton spills out. We see the ruined rag doll's face, the actor's hands gripping that face, tense veins on the backs of those hands, unrelenting pain, and scene, a rubber prop knife dropped and left on the floor. The knife looked surprisingly real, but it couldn't do any actual damage. The real hazard was the toxic air circulating among the people who took apart the knives and other props. I didn't really fit in with the theater people. That mostly had to do with the fact that I had gotten the job through an acquaintance of the director's. But there were other little rifts I couldn't quite explain, ones that couldn't be mended with the greetings we exchanged or the meals we shared day after day, nor the shows of friendliness we put on for each other. A vague sense of hopelessness had settled over everyone, the result of minor instances that had accumulated over time. A feeling, or a foreshadowing, that nothing would get better. The lighting operator and the director were the ones most actively shaping that atmosphere. They were constantly going at it. The director was the type of person who always needed someone to be his punching bag. Most of the crew members were well aware of this tendency and tried hard to avoid needless conflicts with him, but the lighting operator was different. He had a response, a counter-argument, a quibble for each and every one of the director's unreasonable demands, frustrations, and criticisms, and now and then he would pick at the holes in the director's logic. Each time he did, the director doubled down on his cruelty, spewing words that would make anyone who heard them feel worthless. It seemed the lighting operator was always trying to prove himself by standing up to him. Still, the conflict between the two of them didn't impact the quality of the plays. They could cooperate as much as they needed to. But when they didn't need to, they carried on like sworn enemies. That was the most confusing part for me. There wasn't much I could do in those situations. Whenever the two of them raised their voices, I tried to focus on the task at hand, pretending not to hear a thing. On those days, I studied the triangle on the walk home, wondering whether to approach it or not, whether to make a sudden attempt to trace the source of this untraceable phenomenon, whether to leave the unexplainable unexplained. There were little rules I made for myself. I was curious to know whether the triangle had sides. I walked around the enormous wall of color that stood before me, circling the perimeter, widening my eyes and straining to see. And when my feet and the triangle were perpendicular, I stopped and studied that spot. Nothing. But if I took a step forward, I could see the triangle looming at an angle, glowing a translucent yellow or sky blue. And if I stepped back again, it vanished, like it was never there. People soon grew accustomed to living alongside the triangles. They likely couldn't destroy anything since they had no thickness, volume, weight, or mass. So people quickly came to feel at ease around them. No one cared to learn anything more about what they were. They were simply there, fixed in place like movie theater screens. It was wonderful having the triangles around, seeing how they shone in a kaleidoscope of colors when the midsummer sun beamed down on them. Fewer people worried about disaster, and more began wearing sunglasses. Going for a stroll between the shining curtains became a small, languorous delight. That was just a glimpse into the wonderful imagination of Heuijung Hur. Thank you so much for listening. And I also want to thank the coordinators of this festival and the Daesan Foundation, which has awarded me a generous grant to support the translation and publication of Heuijung Hur's Failed Summer Vacation. My dream is to bring this collection to English reading audiences soon, and I hope publishers and readers will look forward to it. Thank you so much again.
Hello, welcome. I'm Allison Markin Powell, and I'm here, very happy to be here at the Sant Jordi USA Festival today with Takami Nieda, the translator of The Color of the Sky is the Shape of the Heart, a novel by Cecil that has just come out this month, April 2022. So we are grateful to Sant Jordi Festival for hosting us. Of course, to Marianne Newman for all of her hard work and her team. And we are also grateful to You and Me Books, our partner for this event. You and Me is a relatively new bookstore in Chinatown in New York City. And there should be a link available for purchasing the book and other books. So we're just gonna have a conversation about the book itself and about the work of translating it. And Takami's going to treat us to a bilingual reading, a short bilingual reading. But I think the easiest place to start really is to ask how you came to this book. How did you find it, or how did you come to be the translator?
Well, the book was nominated for Akutagawa Prize back in 2016. Actually, it was shortlisted at the same time as Murata Sayaka's Convenience Store Woman was nominated. And among the nominees, this was the one that really sort of stood out to me as one that I wanted to read, obviously. And then I did, and instantly kind of fell in love with the protagonist, Ginny Park's story. So I went about getting permission to translate the book. I did a sample of it and then shopped it to publishers. And fortunately, Soho Press, actually their YA imprint, Soho Teen, eventually picked it up and published it. And that was back in 2018. And with a little bit of delay caused by the pandemic, it's finally come out now happily.
Yes, I'm very excited to sort of have to see how the world will react to this book in English. And so, well, I think there's, well, what do you want to try? Can you try and summarize the book? It's not an easy book to summarize. It's a short book, but it's not a long book, but it's not easy to summarize. So how would you?
Okay, yeah, I'll take a crack at it. So when the story begins, we begin in 2003, and we find Ginny Park, who's 17 years old. She's Zainichi Korean.
Can you
and we find her
explain what is
she is ethnic Korean living and who's also born in Japan. And so we find her in Oregon, and she's staying with her host mother, who is a children's story writer. And Ginny sort of bounced around from Japan to Hawaii and then now in Oregon, and really hasn't kind of made any effort to sort of adapt to her new surroundings or to make any effort to sort of fit in. And so she's on the verge of flunking out. And one day, while she's kind of, puttering around at home, she discovers a scrap of paper. Because Stephanie is a writer, there's lots of scraps of papers all over the house, and she picks up one of them, and the paper basically says, "The sky is falling. Where do you go?" Or where do you go? And this is that, sort of metaphorical question that sort of sets her off on this road trip to kind of go find that answer, but more importantly, also kind of like piece together kind of the pieces of her past to kind of find herself. So that's the inciting incident, which takes us back in time 5 years previous. So now we go to 1998. And so while she's on this road trip, she begins to sort of like write down and take account of all that happened while she was in Tokyo in 1998. And we find her on her first day of school at a North Korean middle school. And because she was born in Japan, she speaks Japanese, but she doesn't know Korean. And so there's a bit of a language barrier there. In any case, so she
I think I might have to interrupt you again just to say, like, about, or actually, I think we'll talk about it later, about the idea of what is a North Korean school in Japan.
Sure. Yeah. And so what we're reading basically are these sort of vignettes, these episodic vignettes, and you might imagine them as like journal entries that she's kind of writing along the way during her road trip, and she's kind of like trying to piece together her past. And through those vignettes, we begin as readers to learn why she's been trying to run away, why she ran away from Tokyo, and why she's been sort of running away from living her life. So that's kind of the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a powerful story. Ginny is a very, she's just such an intriguing and compelling character. And I read from, what I've learned just a little bit about this book, that that the author, she put a lot of let's say, of her own experience into this novel. So that kind of makes it all the more poignant. But there are so many ways into this to start talking about this book, but even just like when you first started describing it, defining what a Zainichi Korean is. And I guess I also want to ask you about the decision, like, how do you translate that? Because I think even Zainichi gets translated differently now, maybe, than it used to. I mean, maybe it didn't really used to get translated because the people didn't really talk about it even. So even just like, a book about the diaspora, a book about Koreans in Japan. So, I mean, how did you address that?
So to sort of back it up, so Zainichi, it refers specifically to like sort of the Korean population, Koreans who chose to stay after World War II. Large populations, the Korean population were like forcibly brought to Japan during World War II, conscripted and drafted into the army, conscripted as laborers. And so there was a sizable population, and there's a portion of them that chose to stay. And that population would be specifically called Zainichi and any of their their descendants as well. But more broadly, I think that term tends to be sort of tossed around just to talk about the Korean population in Japan in general. And so there's a conflation of some of those populations there. And so it gets a little bit tricky about how to use that term.
Right.
Also, third and fourth generation Koreans, many of them have naturalized to become Japanese citizens and don't consider themselves, quote unquote, Zainichi, but actually Korean Japanese. That's sort of their preferred identification. Many sort of reject the term altogether just because of the stigma associated with that term. Oftentimes you hear that terms in the context as an epithet. And so that the use of that term is really, really tricky. And ultimately, I just kind of follow what's in the text itself. And so it's referred to as Zainichi. I'll use Zainichi. And I also had to kind of make certain that the author, Chesil, also identified herself as Zainichi, right? Rather than Korean Japanese or Japanese. And ultimately in her profile, she identified herself as third generation Zainichi Korean. And so that's why we went there.
And so that sort of leads straight into another question. You were in contact with the author? Did you engage with the author in the process of translating?
Yeah, we've not met face to face, and we're still looking forward to doing that someday. But because most of this book was translated during the pandemic, we've kept in pretty good contact through email. And this is actually my very first time actually having access to the author. And so it's been a really wonderful experience. She was very keen on collaborating on the translation process. She was very patient with me and the editors and the copy editors and all the various editors, right? Who wanted to ask her questions and making certain that, we were getting everything right.
She speaks English. I mean, if she
does, yeah. She
knows in order to sort of respond to some of the questions about subtleties.
Oh, all the questions were going through me. And
I see.
To her in Japanese, and so I'm not quite sure. Yeah. But so it's been sort of a thrill to kind of talk to her about the translation process and have that access. It was really, really quite special.
Wow. Yeah. What a book to be doing that on. I guess also I know that the title changed from Japanese to English, and anything you want to, did you have say in that? Or
so the original title is Ginny no Puzzle. So if you were just to take that, it could have been Ginny's Puzzle. The editor who first acquired her name is Amara Hoshijo. She intimated that perhaps that title skewers sort of younger, like perhaps that there might be a suggestion that it might be a book for like a middle grade audience. And she suggested, why don't we take a key sort of proverb or a saying that Ginny invokes in the middle of the novel, and it's Sorairo wa kokoro moyo. And if you were to sort of like translate that, it's the title, it's the color of the sky, it's the shape of the heart. And I'm really quite kind of fond of that title. First of all, I love the double meaning of the shape part, because it could mean, the shape of the physical, shape of your heart, but also sort of like that psychic, the more the sort of psychological shape of your heart as well. So yeah, so that's how we settled on that title.
It's very evocative. But it's you're just like moving this conversation along so easily. It's like, I mean, that's another, it's sort of the next question is like the fact that this is being published by Soho Teen and sort of as a YA novel, whereas I mean, in Japan, being nominated for the Akutagawa Prize, the Akutagawa is one of the most, it is the most prestigious literary prize, and it's certainly not categorized as it's mainstream, it's adult fiction. Yeah. So what do you think that has to do with like the way that what happened in translation.
Yeah, I mean, it tends to happen. It happened with my previous translation, Kazuki Kaneshiro's Go as well. That was not meant to be a YA book. It's not categorized. That category doesn't really exist in Japan.
Right.
And so, but anytime here in the United States, it seems that anytime you have a protagonist who is a young person and, doesn't go through some sort of, adulthood trajectory, it's kind of automatically sort of categorized as YA. And clearly for this particular book, I feel really keenly like that Chesil wants like adults to read this book, because she's really calling out like behaviors of adults in this book, so I really love it if it would kind of cross over and find adult audiences as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that myself. So hopefully this everybody watching this Sant Jordi festival will take up the challenge. Would you like to do a reading?
Sure. So I'm gonna do a very small snippet of it in Japanese, and this part here is where Ginny is living with Stephanie in Oregon, and they went out on a little excursion, and Stephanie's trying to kind of get her to talk a little bit about what happened in her past. Let's see here. Okay. ステファニーはそう言い切った。果たして本当にそうなのだろうか。私は物思いにふけるように空を見上げた。その時、突然思い出した。ステファニーのあの予言を聞くなら今しかなかった。空が今にも落ちてきそうだ。私は恐る恐るそう口にした。ステファニーも空を見上げた。星を見ているようにも暗闇を覗いているようにも見えなかった。もっともっと奥深い夜空の先にある何かを見つめているようだった。空が落ちる？面白いこと言うわね。ステファニーはとぼけるように言った。もし本当に空が落ちてきたらどこへ逃げよう。私は今度こそ確信に迫るようにして聞いた。相手は空よ。逃げ場なんてないわ。その時には空を受け入れましょう。逃げてはダメよ。ステファニーは当たり前のように言った。私はがっかりした。空を受け入れることで何が変わるというのか。受け入れたところで潰されて死ぬだけじゃないか。だけどもしかしたらステファニーの言う通りだったのかもしれない。空が落ちてくるならあの時私は空を受け入れるべきだったのかもしれない。That's a little bit in Japanese. And then I'm just going to read a little bit more for context in English. So again, this is the part where Ginny's sort of opening up about what her life was like in Japan. And she's going to explain a little bit about the schools, the Korean schools in Japan. In Japan, there are two kinds of schools where Japan-born Koreans like me can go. I began, tracing my shoelaces with a finger. You can go to a Japanese school, of course. And there are Korean schools too, South Korean and North Korean. I used to go to a North Korean school. The one South Korean school in Tokyo mostly had Korean-born students and hardly any Japan-born Koreans going there. But the North Korean schools are where the Japan-born kids with Korean domicile status or South Korean citizenship went. I know it's confusing. Are you following so far? A tiny crease formed between Stephanie's brows. Yes, I think so. There's so much that happened. I mean, really, I said. I took down the portraits of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il hanging in the classroom and smashed them to pieces and threw them off the balcony. Stephanie's breath caught in surprise. I've never told anyone the whole story. They told me I shouldn't. Even if they didn't, I don't think I could. Why's that? What I did was wrong. Ginny, I'm sure I don't understand everything, but if what you say is true, then you must tell someone about it someday. Even if that someone isn't me, you must tell someone. Could Stephanie be right? I looked up at the sky, pensive. Suddenly I remembered. The sky is about to fall, I said timidly. Stephanie looked up at the sky. She appeared to be looking at neither the stars nor into the darkness. Her eyes seemed to be fixed on something much further. The sky, about to fall? What a funny thing to say, she smiled knowingly. But if the sky really did start to fall, where would you go? I asked. This is the sky you're talking about. There's no escaping it. If the sky should ever fall, you must accept it and catch its fall. You mustn't run away, Stephanie said, as though the answer were obvious. Stephanie's answer was a letdown. How was anything going to change by catching the sky's fall? The only sure thing to happen was that you were going to get crushed and die. On the other hand, maybe Stephanie was right. Back when it felt as if the sky was falling, maybe I should have accepted it. Maybe I should have caught its fall. And then after that is where we kind of go back in time. And as she starts to sort of chronicle what happened in Tokyo in the past, we begin to piece together the past.
No, that was a really beautiful passage to read, both in Japanese and in English. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think kind of tantalizing for readers. So yeah, I really hope people find this book. So there's so many different ways to talk about it, but I guess, I mean, as we're talking about, what Zainichi and about, and the fact that Ginny's already, she's outside of Japan when the story is basically taking place. So kind of thinking about diaspora, but she's twice displaced, right? And so, well, it's really about fitting in, right? Or not fitting in. So, I mean, what do you think about Ginny? I mean, how did you relate?
It's precisely the reason why I really connected with this story, because it's very specific to the Korean diaspora. In some ways, like, her journey is kind of like this huge allegory, for the Korean diaspora, like people just moving, right? By choice or not by choice, because they have to. They're searching for something, trying to reclaim a past. And so I really love that, and it's kind of told through this very, strong-willed and also very vulnerable girl in this story. And so there's that, but there's also, it's very universal. And as you rightly said, it's about belonging, right? It's about ways that we can belong or not belong in society. And that sort of in-betweenness. I mean, she's very in between, right? Yes. She doesn't fully belong in the Japanese school that she went to as a grade schooler, and she doesn't fully belong in that North Korean middle school that she went to, and she doesn't fully belong in Oregon either. And so she's really trying to find herself. And so the thing that I really connected with this in a very sort of, for lack of a better word, like a very maternal way. I found myself really want to be very protective of Ginny as I read this story. She's really all alone. I mean, she's got friends, she's got a family, obviously, but many of those friends and family tell her to do the opposite of what she wants to do. She's someone who is, got a very strong sense of justice. She'll call out something if something is wrong, and she's quite brave to do that. Right. And at the same time, her mom says, don't do that, right? Like, look the other way. And then she's got a friend who's a dear friend, says, like, that's not our job. Like, we're little kids. We don't have power to change anything that we don't like. And so she's having to navigate these things, all on her own. And I find myself wanting to hug her and sort of kind of usher her along the journey, and make certain that she kind of winds up in this really good place. Yeah. I think I don't know if this is intentional, but I think it sort of says a lot that she has to kind of leave Japan to search for that place, at least in part, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I mean, so I haven't really followed. What's Chesil doing these days? Has she had many books that have come out since Ginny no Puzzle?
So as I was translating this, she had been working on her second novel, and it's called Prey Human, and it came out in 2020, I believe.
Okay.
And that one's also very, it draws heavily from her own life. And she's got a very loyal following. She's
I was going to
people
ask, yeah, like
love
what's
her.
her,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, what's her react? I mean, this is not what people don't talk, this is not something that people talk about very openly in Japan. So, like, what do you think the reception is like in Japan, and what do you think the reception, again, it's sort of like doubly displaced. So what kind of reception can we expect here?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, Chessel leads a pretty private. She doesn't do a lot of events, and so she keeps a pretty low profile. But I do know
she does have blue hair, though. So
yeah, she does. I love that picture, by the way. That says everything about her. I love it. Yeah, so she, but I know, like, through like social media engagements, that she has like a very loyal, sort of protective following, and which I absolutely love.
And it's it's a response, like your response, protective. You want to make sure that.
Yeah. So yeah, and I know that anything that she comes out with, her third book, her fourth book, I know that it's always going to come out of her, from her core. She's writing because I sense that she's writing because she has to work out some things in her own life, right? She's grappling with these really big questions about identity and who she wants to be, and she's sort of channeling that into her work. And so those are the types of things that I love reading. And so I suspect I'm going to be, a follower of Chessel's for a very long time.
Do you think, though, in Japan that people have become more not open or receptive to the idea of sort of confronting these issues? I mean, these are long-standing historical matters that she's really like bringing to the surface.
I mean, I think there is. I mean, I think there is greater acceptance, right?
Acceptance or acknowledgement, maybe.
Yeah, more acknowledged. Certainly since Kazuki Kaneshiro's Go, I felt like that was very kind of a pretty big impetus and kind of bringing.
Do you want to just sort of tell us a little bit about that, sort of?
So Go is also centers a third generation Zainichi Korean teen who goes to middle school and high school, North Korean middle school, and then transfers to a Japanese high school.
So it's
and yes, just kind of the other way, and the sort of kind of the discrimination experiences that he has. And at the same time, he falls in love with a Japanese girl. And he passes for Japanese. He goes by a Japanese name. And he's very afraid to tell his Japanese girlfriend that he is Zainichi Korean. And so that's kind of the thrust of the story. But it was made into a very popular movie by the same name, Go, in 2000. And it got a lot of awards and a lot of attention. And in some ways, that movie and the book kind of opened people's eyes, like mainstream people's eyes, to the Zainichi Korean population and the experience as well. And so I feel like, so that was 2000, and this is now 2022 or 2016 when Chessel wrote this. I feel like maybe people are a little bit more versed or knowledgeable about that as a result, in part as a result of Kaneshiro and certainly Yu Midi's books.
Right.
And so that she sort of Chessel kind of benefits in that she doesn't have to do a lot of explaining about Korean schools or what Zainichi is, because those that came before her kind of done that work for her. Yeah.
So do you feel like, I mean, having the fact that you've translated these two books that have sort of similar themes, is that by chance or by design? Or
I mean, the first one was one that I really kind of connected with, identified with the protagonist. And I felt like if I were growing up, as a Japanese American in very white New Jersey neighborhoods, gosh, I thought to myself, that's a book that I would really love to have read when I was a teen. So I started with that, and that's kind of the reason why I translated that one. And for this one, I wasn't looking to, translate another so-called Zainichi novel. It just happened to be that this is the one that I found that I really, really loved.
Right.
But I do have to say that there's something special, right, about
Absolutely.
finding books that are written by sort of a underrepresented, voice or population in Japan. That always makes it a little bit more personal for me. Yeah.
Well, you've done a beautiful job translating it. It's really
Thank you.
wonderful. I mean, people always ask translators, what were the challenges? But I also like to ask, what were the joys of this? So what was the translation experience like for you?
Well, I mean, as I said previously, I mean, just the fact that I had access to Chesil to consult with her about specific translation choices. There were certain things that I felt like, I just want to make certain that I understand what she's going for with this particular turn of phrase, and I would be able to ask her that. There's also times when you're translating something where you have an opportunity to actually sort of emphasize or accentuate a kind of a underlying theme that's running through the text, and you have a chance to maybe perhaps like pop in some more, right? And so I would ask her, like, here's a chance, like if we like make this particular like an object, give it a gender, because we had to give it like gender pronouns. If we do it his, what could be the implications of saying his rather than her? And so I'll ask her, like, this, did you want to do something with that? And she'll say yes or no, and she'll get to kind of help me with that process.
So you really did collaborate.
Mm.
Oh, that's great. So what are you working on now?
I just finished a book by a Zainichi Korean author. His name is Lee Ho-sung, and
I'm sensing a theme.
And it's called Travelers of 100 Years. And this one was
great title. What a great title.
Yeah. This one is also, it chronicles a group of people who are evacuating from the Sakhalin Islands, Karafto, after the war, and they go on this journey. And during the journey, they have to kind of make some difficult decisions about whether they want to stay in Japan or whether they want to sail back to Korea, which is now going to be divided after the war. And so that one's done. And then the next one that I'll be working on.
Does that one have a publisher?
Not quite yet. We'll see.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. And then the next one is another Akutagawa nominated book called Yubi no Hone, so Finger Bones, by Hiroki Takahashi. And that's also kind of a war novel. So just a couple of things kind of coming down to publication, hopefully very soon.
You sound very busy.
I'm very happily busy.
That's great. That's great. Is there anything else you'd like potential readers to know about the color of the sky is the shape of the heart by Chesil before we sign off?
Well, I'm just really in love with Ginny, and I hope that everybody, right? Not just YA readers, but everybody who might be interested in just a good story, right? But Ginny's story, I hope will be kind of sort of encouraged to pick it up and pass it on, and continue to read translated literature, please.
Yes, please do, and share Books and Roses for Sant Jordi in the US. And thank you to the festival. And
yes, thank you.
All right, it's wonderful to be in conversation. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Schimel, and I'm going to read a selection of poems by the Mexican poet, translator, and video artist Martín Rangel from his collection Sometimes I Write Poems and Sometimes I Write Poems, published by Broken Sleep Books. The collection's so new I haven't even received my translator's copies, so the first poem is I Translate to Steal. I translate the authors who, after reading them, leave me with the following thought floating in my head. Why didn't I write that poem? To translate is, then, my way of writing those poems, to be, through that process, those authors. We read to be others, we write to be others, and in ceasing to be, find ourselves. Or lose ourselves, it doesn't matter. I translate to steal, and I let myself be translated to be stolen, so that others might be, through me, myself, to cease to exist, at least for the time that those eyes take, those other tongues, in traversing me, the version of me that the text offers. And almost always, that relieves me. Translation is the possibility of relief occurring. Next poem is Sometimes I Write Poems and Sometimes I Write Poems, the title poem for the collection. Sometimes I write poems to try and get you to forgive me. Sometimes I write poems to learn to forgive myself. Sometimes I write poems to not leave blank the pretty notebooks you gave me. Sometimes I write poems that you won't read them, but that is impossible because when I die, perhaps everyone will read them. This is not one of those poems, by the way. Sometimes I write poems by hand because there is a word that I like, and I feel that if I draw it on the page, I make it my own. Sometimes I write poems on the computer when it's night and I can't sleep because the sound of the keys lulls me to sleep. Sometimes I write poems about things that I feel, and sometimes I write poems in order to feel things. Sometimes I write poems that abuse the repetition of the word poems. Sometimes I write poems that are not poems, but dreams of being them. Sometimes I write poems that are not poems, nor wish to ever be them. Sometimes I weep when I write poems by hand, but I only do so when I don't like them, and I want the ink to blur. So the next poem is Walking Down a Street Without Sidewalks. I walk a street that needs no name when it means fear of the possibility, which is large, of being run over by an automobile or any other thing capable of killing me. There is something in cities, a certain scent of grass, the house where we learned to hide our first rubble, the weathered skin of the succession of dead we watched through the glass of a coffin, shapes in the clouds we could never guess. When we lower our gaze, everything had already turned gray and mute. A street without sidewalks, impossible to traverse, or the way in which the skin of someone, who needs no name if she means see or never, shone. There's always something in cities, a name, a sea, that forces us, even against our own will, to remember them. The next poem is titled Birds Like Suicidal Arrows. Shot by no one in no sky, explain to me now hunger. There is hunger and there is death, and between them barely a hair can fit. Now explain to me night and the steps that leave no trace upon the water. Now explain to me the rain that crosses my skin. Teach me how to knit life, remove from me the trembling of my hands. Teach me to see in the light what I don't see in your eyes. Remove my tongue. Teach me to speak like the machines, pretend that I exist, that I dream. Explain to me now everything. I shall die without knowing. Let me see the opposite side of things. Show me how to shoot arrows at the empty sky like suicidal birds, tired of having seen everything, of having flown so far. The next poem is titled Big Data, and that was the title in the original as well. Everything passes, and we are all passengers of the same suicidal vehicle. Never trust your instincts. Please take your elbows off the table, lift your chin, and smile. Don't forget that you're being recorded. So, I don't know how to actually pronounce this one. It's C17H21N04. You said there are flowers in all the flowers. You read a poem by Anne Sexton and your voice came undone, just like how a current drags a paper boat toward the drain. I look at my phone, invoking the fruits that would overwhelm our sense of smell with unnecessary explosions and blood. You said the flowers, and I... Cocaine is a difficult word to write. Your mother rereading this poem. So many things break without wanting to. Skin tears, it bruises in the dust. Lightning of mother of pearl. That so blue way of flourishing that everything dries it and everything illuminates it. It's a mouthful. The next poem is, and I was born water, and I was born flower of spittle. And I was born upon the color blue and my sense of smell. I was born in another country after I was 20, and I was reborn here after I was 20. At no moment did I wish to be eternal. I served more realistic aims such as pleasure or poetry. I studied a few semesters of college. I looked at the sun until undoing my eyes unnecessarily. Today I keep having things to say, like that I'm too alive and I don't want to lack time, but less do I want to have an excess of it. There's not enough love in the world. There never has been. Beyond that, there are no problems. Money will stabilize. They shall free the prisoners and jail others. The persecuted will persecute, and so on. Don't worry. The worst of all is that things always resume their course. Thank you.
Traduzco para robar. Traduzco a los autores que luego de leerles me dejan con el siguiente pensamiento flotando en la cabeza. ¿Por qué no escribí yo ese poema? Traducir es entonces mi manera de escribir esos poemas, de ser a través del proceso esos autores. Leemos para ser otros, escribimos para ser otros, y en ese dejar de ser encontrarnos o perdernos, no importa. Traduzco para robar y me dejo traducir para ser robado, para que otros puedan ser a través de mí, yo, para dejar de existir, al menos durante el tiempo que tardan esos ojos, esas otras lenguas en recorrerme, la versión de mí que el texto muestra, y casi siempre eso me alivia. Traducir es una posibilidad de que el alivio ocurra. A veces escribo poemas y a veces escribo poemas. A veces escribo poemas para intentar que me perdones. A veces escribo poemas para aprender a perdonarme. A veces escribo poemas para no dejar en blanco la libreta bonita que me regalaste. A veces escribo poemas para que no los leas, pero eso es imposible, porque cuando me muera igual todo mundo los va a leer. Este no es uno de esos poemas, por cierto. A veces escribo poemas a mano porque hay una palabra que me gusta y siento que al dibujarla sobre el papel la vuelvo mía. A veces escribo poemas en la computadora cuando es de noche y no puedo dormir porque el sonido de las teclas me arrulla. A veces escribo poemas sobre cosas que siento y a veces escribo poemas para sentir cosas. A veces escribo poemas que abusan de la repetición de la palabra poemas. A veces escribo poemas que no son poemas pero sueñan con serlo. A veces escribo poemas que no son poemas ni quisieran jamás serlo. A veces lloro cuando escribo poemas a mano, pero solo lo hago cuando no me gusta ni quiero que la tinta se borre. A veces vomito cuando escribo poemas en la computadora solo porque el modelo de mi MacBook ya no me satisface. A veces escribo poemas que me satisfacen. A veces escribo poemas que odio. A veces escribo poemas sobre mi vida, pero esos son los que menos me gustan. La temática me aburre, a menudo me lastima y nunca me satisface. Caminando una calle sin aceras. Camina una calle que no necesita un nombre cuando significa miedo a la posibilidad, que es grande, de ser arrollado por un automóvil o cualquier cosa capaz de asesinarme. Algo hay en las ciudades, cierto olor a pasto, la casa donde aprendimos a esconder nuestros primeros escombros, la piel acartonada de los muertos que miramos sucederse tras el cristal de un féretro, formas en las nubes que nunca pudimos adivinar. Cuando bajamos la mirada, ya todo se había quedado gris y mudo. una calle sin aceras, imposible de andar, la manera en que la piel de alguien que no necesita un nombre si significa mar o nunca resplandecía. Algo hay en las ciudades siempre, un nombre, un mar que nos obliga, aún en contra de nuestra propia voluntad, a recordarlas. Aves como flechas suicidas que nadie dispara en ningún cielo. Explícame ahora el hambre, hay el hambre y hay la muerte, y entre ellas apenas un cabello que cabe. Explícame ahora la noche y los pasos que no se marcan sobre el agua. Explícame ahora la lluvia que atraviesa mi piel, enséñame a tejer la vida, quítame el temblor de las manos, enséñame a ver en la luz lo que no vi en sus ojos. Quítame la lengua, enséñame a hablar como las máquinas, simula que existo, simula que sueño. Explícame ahora todo lo que voy a morir sin conocer. Permíteme mirar el lado opuesto de las cosas. Enséñame a disparar flechas al cielo vacío como aves suicidas, cansadas de haber visto tanto, de haber volado tanto. Big Data. Todo es pasajero y todos somos pasajeros del mismo vehículo suicida. Nunca confíes en los instintos. Baja por favor los codos de la mesa. Levanta el rostro y sonríe. No olvides que estás siendo filmado. Cocaína. Dijiste, hay flores en todas las flores. Leías un poema de Anne Sexton y tu voz se deshacía igual que una corriente arrastra un barco de papel hacia el desagüe. Yo miraba a mi teléfono invocando los frutos que colmarían nuestro olfato de explosiones y sangre innecesaria. Dijiste, las flores y yo, cocaína es una palabra difícil de escribir. Tu madre podría estar leyendo este poema. Tantas cosas que se rompen sin querer. La piel se rasga, se amorata y el polvo, relámpago de nácar. Esa manera tan azul de florecer, que todo lo seca, que todo lo ilumina. Y nací agua, y nací flor de escupitajos, y nací sobre el color azul y mi sentido del olfato. Nací en otro país, pasados los 20 años, y volví a nacer aquí, pasados los 20 años. En ningún momento quise ser eterno, serví a propósitos más realistas como el placer o la poesía. Estudié algunos semestres de la carrera, miré al sol hasta deshacerme los ojos innecesariamente. Hoy sigo teniendo cosas que decir, como que estoy demasiado vivo y no quiero que me falte el tiempo, pero menos quiero que me sobre. No hay suficiente amor en el mundo, nunca lo ha habido. Fuera de eso no hay problemas. La moneda va a estabilizarse, van a liberar a presos y encerrarán a otros, los perseguidos perseguirán y así. No te preocupes, lo peor de las cosas es que siempre retoman su curso.
Sant Jordi NYC. I am literary translator Anton Hur, and I am sitting here with Bora Chung, who is the president of Korea's Science Fiction Writers Union, and also is a Booker shortlisted novelist, Korea's second Booker shortlisted novelist after Hangang. Thank you very much. And we are going to do a little reading and a little discussion on one of her untranslated books, which is 그녀를 만나다, or To Meet Her, or Meeting Her. And this came out in Korea last year, I think. Yes, in 2021, because it is 2022 now. And we are hoping to publish this book in English very soon. All right, so we're going to give you a reading of the first story, very brief reading. The first story is called 영생불사연구소, or the Center for Immortality Research. Bora will read the Korean, and I will read my very rough English translation right after she does. Okay.
So, hello, everybody. My name is Bora Chung, and I wrote this book, and I am going to read a couple pages in Korean, so bear with me. Here goes. 나 아무래도 스토킹을 당하고 있는 것 같아. 선배 언니가 그렇게 내게 털어놓은 것은 2달 전 기념식 준비가 한창이던 무렵이었다. 사연인즉슨 웬 남자가 연구소로 전화해서 자기는 아무개라고 하는 사람인데 언니와 동향 출신이라 무척 친한 사이고 국회의원 후보라면서 언니의 휴대전화 번호를 알려달라고 했다는 것이다. 물론 똑똑한 접수처 직원은 무척 친한 사이라면서 휴대전화 번호도 모르는 것부터가 수상쩍은 데다가 난데없이 국회의원 후보를 들먹이며 사기성이 다분히 짙어 보이는 공약까지 읊어대자 지금 자리에 안 계시고 휴대전화 번호 같은 개인정보는 본인 허락 없이 알려드리기 곤란하다는 말로 딱 막아버렸다. 그래도 예의상 전하실 말씀 있느냐고 물었더니 나중에 다시 걸겠다고 했는데 그 말만은 진담이라서 지금 수시로 나중에 다시 걸어서 언니의 거취를 묻는 통에 접수처 업무가 마비될 지경이라는 것이다. 뭐 평소 같으면 사실 마비될 업무 자체가 별로 없고 한가하고 태평하기 그지없는 곳이 이 연구소 그중에서도 접수처이지만 지금은 시기가 시기이다 보니까 모두 행사 준비로 바쁜 데다 모처럼 해야 할 업무가 있을 때 하필 이런 종류의 귀찮기 짝이 없는 전화가 끈질기게 걸려오면 곤란하단 말이지. 우리 연구소가 뭐 하는 곳이냐 하면 제목에 쓴 그대로 영생불사를 연구하고 실천하는 곳이다. 한일 강제병합 얼마 후인 1912년에 나라가 망해도 우리만은 영생불사라는 일말의 진실에도 불구하고 어쩔 수 없이 유치찬란해 보이는 캐치프레이즈를 내걸고 설립되어 올해 98주년을 맞이한 관계로 기념식을 성대하게 치르게 되었다. 어째서 90주년도, 95주년도, 100주년도 아닌 98주년이라는 모호한 숫자에 맞추게 되었는지는 나도 모르고 선배들도 모르고 아마 기념식을 거행하기로 한 이사님들도 잘 모르실 것이다. 그러거나 말거나 나야 그저 기념식 한다면 하는 줄 알고 시키는 일이나 꾸역꾸역 하는 것이 말단이 별 수 있나. 말단이긴 하지만 직급에 농간을 부려서 그래도 직함만은 과장인데 알고 보면 연구소 전체가 직급 뻥튀기라서 맨 위가 이사님들이고 그 휘하의 부장이니 차장이니 수두룩한 고로 과장인 내가 제일 막내라서 내 밑으로는 일반 사원은 고사하고 대리도 한 명 없다. 연구소인데 어째서 선임연구원이나 책임연구원이라고 하지 않고 일반 회사처럼 이사니 과장이니 부장이니 하는지는 나도 잘 모르겠지만 그 역시 시키면 하는 거고 명함 파주면 받는 거지 내가 나서서 뭐라고 할 수는 없는 노릇이다. Yeah, my part is done. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the English. Again, it's a very rough translation, so don't at me. The Center for Immortality Research by Bora Chung, translated by Anton Hur. You know, I think I'm being stalked. That's what an 언니 at the center confided to me 2 months ago, right in the middle of our preparations for the anniversary event. Apparently, some man had called up the center saying he was such and such, and had come from the same region as 언니, and they were extremely close friends, and he was running for the National Assembly, and he would like to know 언니's phone number. Of course, our receptionist had immediately picked up on the fact that calling oneself extremely close friends with someone was extremely suspicious in itself, and as the mention of his political ambitions led into a presentation of his clearly fraudulent campaign promises, she cut him off, saying the 언니 was not at her desk right now, and furthermore, she was hardly in a position to hand out personal information, such as phone numbers, to strangers. Still, as a common courtesy, she had asked if he had any messages, and this led to his "I'll call again later" follow-up calls, making all other work almost impossible for the receptionist. Well, not that the center normally had that much work to be made impossible of or anything, and this was the reception area at that. But this was a very busy time when everyone was frantic with the anniversary event. And it was annoying that all the times these calls could have been made during all the expanses of emptiness in our calendars, it had to come at this inopportune moment. If you were to ask what the Center for Immortality Research does, we do exactly what it says on the label, research immortality. In 1912, not long after Korea was forcibly annexed by Japan, the center opened with the hopelessly silly slogan of, "Our country may fall, but we shall live forever." And it was now the 98th year of its founding, which occasioned a huge blowout party. I have no idea why we settled on 98 for such an occasion instead of 90 or 95 or 100, but none of my sonbes at the center knew either, and neither do the center's board members, no doubt. I mean, whatever, I'm at the bottom of the hierarchy in this establishment, and it's my job to do the work they give me. And if the work involves an anniversary party at a random number of years, that's what I've got to do. I may be at the bottom of the rank, but my title happens to be Kwajang, or middle manager, which of course is also part of a long chain of fluffed up titles going right to the top. The board members are at the highest echelons, with a slew of Bujang and Chajang and other titles going down, and I'm the lowest ranking, with not a single sawan below me, to say nothing of Teri. Why? Despite our designation being a research lab, we have such corporate titles instead of primary investigator or some such is also beyond me. Okay, so that was an excerpt from the first short story in the book titled, well, the book is titled 그녀를 만나다, To Meet Her or Meeting Her. And the story was called The Center for Immortality Research. It's a really fun story. And to give you an overview of the book, it is, I think they're mostly science fiction. I feel like the first story might fall under fantasy, but I think let's call it science fiction because it also can fall under science fiction. And there are 8 short stories in To Meet Her or Meeting Her. So we're going to discuss like the titles in the stories. And by discussing the titles, I think we can come to a very interesting discussion about like the book overall and what the stories contain and whatnot. All right, so let's start with the book title, 그녀를 만나다, To Meet Her or Meeting Her. My question for Bora is, which title do you like better, To Meet Her or Meeting Her? Or do you care?
I think ultimately the publisher will pick the title that seems most appealing to the readership. But my personal feeling, well, I'm not a native speaker of English, and you can see that I don't even speak English very well. So I don't know, but I think it's To Meet Her because the whole story is about the process of the long journey of the protagonist trying to meet her. It's not about meeting her. It's a very small section in the end, actually meeting her. The entire story, like 90% of the story is about going to meet her and all the obstacles and all the events that happen in the process.
Right. So I also kind of prefer To Meeting Her. To Meet Her, not Meeting Her. I knew that at some point I was going to say To Meeting Her. Like I knew I was going to say. And mostly because titles with like that start with a gerund, like with ing words, tend to not do well commercially.
Okay.
So I thought like just for commercial publishing superstition reasons, like I thought, yeah, To Meet Her might be better. Although Meeting Her is also I'm kind of getting used to it. And I've noticed that some of the publishers that we've been talking to like keep referring to it as Meeting Her. So we'll see what they decide. We may even decide on a completely different title altogether, like title it after like another short story. I do feel like To Meet Her, the story, not the book, the story is very powerful. And and it gives us a really lovely excuse to like, because it has some trans rights themes, it gives us this lovely excuse to like put the trans flag colors on the cover. But I wonder if like we're going to discuss all the different titles now. So I wonder if like one of these other titles might also work really well in English. So 영생불사연구소, Center for Immortality Research. So I guess, how did you come up with this title?
Well, the title, I wrote the whole story during the 20th anniversary of my department when I was still teaching at school. The department I used to teach was first established in 1990, and this was written in it was 2010. So it was the 20th anniversary, and 20 years is not that long for a school department, but they tried to make it like really glamorous, and it was quite impossible, and the whole thing was a mess. I can tell you, it was a real mess. And I ran away from that department. That's why I quit school, because I was sure they would do the 30th anniversary as soon as all the pandemic restrictions were off. You know, I had to run away. I couldn't do it again. And 80%, almost 80% of the story was real. It's like a record of what really happened. I didn't make up a story. I just wrote down what happened, and it became this story. Except for that man who barges in, that's a figment of my imagination. But except for that guy, I wish there was a guy like that. That would have been fun, at least. But yeah, except for that guy, up to that moment, everything is true. Everything really happened.
I think it's a really cool story. I did not see the ending coming.
Oh, and
So,
about
when I
the
read it, yeah.
title, yeah, sorry, I forgot about the title, sorry. And I was so sick and tired of everything. And at that point, I just started teaching in Korea. I returned to Korea the year before, so I thought I would be doing this for a long time. So at this point, when I was writing this story, when this whole mess was happening, I had been teaching for like 3 months or 4 months. And looking into the future, I was like, I have to do this forever. I have to be in this mess forever. And that's how I came up with the title.
For the Bora Chung aficionados in the audience, yes, Bora did indeed leave academia this year. Or was it last year? Very recently, yeah. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So 그녀를 만나다, this is a very interesting story, to meet her or meeting her. Why did you decide on this title for the story? It could have been so many other things.
Arzak, the publisher, first proposed the 7 short stories without meeting her or to meet her. And it was actually test published from what do you call it, a specialized ebook company that wanted to just release the stories online. They only do it online, and they make a test copy for us. So they made the test copy, and back then the title was The Most Ordinary Marriage. And I didn't like it. I didn't like their cover, I'm sorry. But and Arzak wanted to add something to it, because all of the other ones are old stories, and some of my readers might have read them. So I decided to write a new one, and that's the time when Ms. Pyeonhisu took her own life, and that hit me really hard. I thought she could really make a difference, and I thought we could make a difference. And it was a real blow, and I'm still grieving the loss. I mean, I didn't know her personally, but I think everybody who was interested in human rights was grieving. And I couldn't write anything funny at the time, but at the same time, I wanted to talk about a better future, a possible better future where people can fight. There won't be a world where everybody could get along. That's just a fantasy. But I wanted to envision a future where we will be fighting better, and we will have a better place in this society. I wanted to envision that kind of world where laborers and the minority, including sexual and ethnic, and all the other minorities and the disabled and everybody else could have a bigger place for bigger battlefield. And but I honestly don't believe that would happen in 100 years. So I decided to make the protagonist a 120-year-old grandma. And I think I will be a very energetic fighting grandma. And I would love to keep protesting in my old age. So that's how the story came to be. And I wanted to have a record of my grief, that to write it down and have it in print, that we all grieved the loss, and not just her loss, but everybody else's too, that everybody we lost, because it's important to grieve and to remember.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so in other words, to meet her, it also kind of like means to meet the world in which in which Ms. Pyun would have lived. Okay. 여행의 끝. The end of the journey. So do you think that's what we should say? That's what we should title it. Because especially since it has a very interesting ending.
Yeah.
The story. Yeah. Did you have like another like potential title for the story?
No, that was the title all along. I had the ending. I usually work backwards, so I have the ending first, and then I have the first sentence. And if I'm lucky, I have the title. But in this case, I had the ending and then the title, and the first sentence came later. And I thought I was writing a short story, but it became like more like a novella, and it wouldn't end, and it was sucking up all my energy, and it was just so hard writing this. Why isn't this ending? Yeah, but it was fun.
Yeah, because like when I was reading it, I'm like, okay, the title is the end of the journey, but this journey is like really long. Chapters in a short story. There's another story in Cursed Bunny, Scar, that's like that. That's a novella. It's very, very, very devastating. But Yoi is like it's so action packed, and you don't know how it's going to end. And I did not predict how it would end. And yeah, that was a great ending. So next, 아주 보통의 결혼, or a very ordinary marriage, a story about a marriage that is not very ordinary. How did you decide on this title? Was it a kind of was it a kind of a, not a joke, but like irony, like?
Yeah. With this one, I struggled. I had this story, but I couldn't really come up with a good title. So I decided to go the opposite way, like I usually do. The story is about a strange, very strange kind of marriage, and so So yeah, an ordinary marriage. Why not?
Wow. Yeah. um, I, I I really love the title. I agree that like as a title for a book may be the best for this book. But yeah, for the story, it's perfect. Maria Brat Plen no that, that right.
It's like so. Yeah. I just on that title. It's a really fascinating story. Oh, um, have a good I read art of shooting and the wife mystically endured several years. Her husband or no, so she take her children to save, and so she all the way, and that her and don't even know this abuse and save her son being killed at the train station. And it's just real and time story virtual to listen to and Virgin and Orthodox. I'm not what I and work can be Catholic cultural idea of the Virgin it is.
Much moving so it has very to it. I going to now is thing you start with this and then try where it fits like but in that story came you put the technology kind of like at the center in the it was advised to really yeah.
Science. This is me first and then the scientific story. So there's a series men try to be real boys to women mothers movies it's a relationship with I thought so many have fathers their fathers they're one of these girls there's this one some come the middle I make an animal be like Jim.
Absolutely like patriot people's these individuals are creating against justice we live and you know up so next yeah this was right come up with this bill. It's also very yeah this story is so come up impetus.
I in 2009 to study and e-vehicles that were taken apart. So they were showcasing how the car was made, what the shafts look like, how, where and how you put in the battery pack and how large the battery pack is, and you know where this part goes and that part goes and those kind of things. So I started thinking, it was fascinating. It was absolutely fascinating, and the car looked beautiful. So I wanted a car for a protagonist. I wanted that car for a protagonist, and especially because I saw how it looked. I thought I could describe the movements better. And other stuff, I was just thinking about the car, and we had a layover in Taiwan. I think we had like 3 hours, and I started writing on my phone, and I didn't really know the story was going to be this, but I had like 5 pages when I stopped writing and had to board the plane. So I continued writing, and I was very happy with myself.
Wow. It's also, yeah, because it's just so interesting that they're so, like, the influences are so diverse, because the stories themselves are just like so unified, like so complete and coherent in themselves that you would think that they came from like one thing. But this is really, really interesting. Okay, so this story really made me cry. One More Kiss, Dear. Has an English title, so I don't have to translate it. Thank you very much. That's not the reason why I cried. I cried. It features an elevator, and the elevator made me cry. So how did you come up with this elevator? I mean, how many stories have you read where the elevator is like the main protagonist, right? So how did you come up with the story? I'm really, really intrigued.
The story is about I miss my grandma. The entire story is about I miss my grandma. And elderly women are in this society, women are supposed to be the love interest for men, but only women of certain age. So when we say women, we are referring to a woman of certain age, and women of other certain groups of ages, like my age group, are beyond that love interest phase, and they become genderless. They become genderless ajumas and harmonies. And in this society, especially in Korean society, they are not viewed as women anymore. And people actually actively make fun of them if they try to take that kind of womanhood and present themselves as a person who is proud of her femininity, if she's beyond a certain age. So I wanted to make an elderly woman a love interest, but in this kind of society, no heterosexual man of a certain age would fall in love with a woman much older than himself. I mean, it happens, but very rarely. And I didn't want to have a male love interest who is like 86 or anything. This is not interesting. So I thought maybe I could come up with a very unusual love story where it doesn't have to be gendered. It doesn't have to be romantic in the way we think about it. It just have to be about connection. And I miss my grandma.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like, yeah, elevator as a gender. Really, really love that story. I can't wait to translate it. So the last story is called Xiat. This was such a cool story. I loved it, like from beginning to end. At first, I thought, oh, the trees are talking. And then, oh, the trees are people. And then, how are the trees people? Oh, that's why the trees are people. Okay. So it was a really, really cool story. And I had just finished, I think, Richard Powers' The Over Story. And, you know, climate fiction is becoming like a really big thing in science fiction right now. So I was so excited to read the story. Xiat, now that means seed. So why, I have a feeling I know why you titled it Seed, but why did you title it Seed?
Because the seed is the most important thing. One seed will revive the whole family, the entire world.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So it's a story about plants, and it's a story about how, like Laura just said, like one seed will change an entire world. And that is basically what happens in the story. So yes, to meet her or meeting her, let's call it to meet her for the purposes of Sant Jordi NYC. And it'll be coming to you in English soon. I don't think we're allowed to announce it just yet, but it will be coming soon. And it's a collection of science fiction stories, which is slightly different from Cursed Bunny, which is mostly fantasy stories. So it's going to be similar, but yet different in the sense that it's going to be more sciencey, I guess. But it's going to be just as emotional and just as affecting. And I think it's much more. I think it's in some ways much a somewhat warmer book, a more human book than Cursed Bunny is, because Cursed Bunny there's a lot of more horror elements in Cursed Bunny, whereas there's a bit less of that here. It's more like, oh wow, this is so cool, and also like, wow, there's a lot of like emotional like connection in this book, I feel. So it's a bit more, dare I say, sentimental, but no, that's a bad word. It's more emotionally resonant, yes. So very, very much looking forward to translating this, and I can't wait until our audience, our reading audience in New York and elsewhere, will get to read it in English. Thank you so much for joining Bora and me, and we hope to see you soon again.
Welcome. I am Cynthia Gray. I come to you from New York City, where I'm a writer and a Danish literary translator.
And hello, everyone. I'm Michael Favala Goldman, a translator and poet living in Western Massachusetts. Thank you for joining us for what we suspect may be the very first public reading of Tove Ditlevsen's poetry in English.
After seeing Michael's great success with the Copenhagen trilogy by Tove Ditlevsen last year, I contacted him about co-translating Tove's penultimate book of poetry, The Adults, working from drafts I had made decades ago. He agreed, and we recently completed the manuscript together. I'm happy to report that the 16 poems from this collection have been published in various journals, though we are still seeking a publisher for the full book, which would become Tove Ditlevsen's first book of poetry to appear in English.
Thanks, Cynthia. So Tove Ditlevsen was born in 1917 in Copenhagen. She grew up poor and led a turbulent and complicated life. Although she became a best-selling author in her 20s, she had problems with dealing with everyday existence. She was married and divorced 4 times. She had a 5-year near-fatal addiction to opioids, and she was admitted several times to institutions for psychiatric help and drug rehab. The author of 30 books, she committed suicide in 1976 at the age of 58.
Tove Ditlevsen's poems use ultra-short lines and borrow heavily, as does all her writing, from her daily struggles with anxiety, a difficult childhood, and troubled relationships. We're happy to share with you now several poems from Tove Ditlevsen's The Adults.
Thanks, Cynthia. So for this first poem, Self-Portrait 1, I will share my screen as I read a section of Danish before continuing with the entire poem in English. Selvportræt 1. Jeg kan ikke lave mad, gå med hat, hygge om folk, bære smykker, ordne blomster, huske aftaler, takke for gaver, give rigtig drikkepenge, holde på en mand, vise interesse ved forældremøder. Self-Portrait 1. I cannot cook, wear a hat, put people at ease, wear jewelry, arrange flowers, remember appointments, show thanks for gifts, tip correctly, hold on to a man, show interest at parent meetings. I cannot stop smoking, drinking, eating chocolate, stealing umbrellas, oversleeping, forgetting to remember birthdays and to clean my nails, telling people what they want to hear, betraying secrets, loving strange places and psychopaths. I can be alone, wash dishes, read books, form sentences, listen, and be happy without feeling guilty.
You read that poem beautifully, Michael. Thank you. The next poem is Divorce 1. He would, in case of divorce, demand half of everything, he said. Half a sofa, half a television, half a summer house, half a pound of butter, half a child. The apartment was his, he said, because it was in his name. The trouble was that he loved her. She loved another, whose wife would demand half of everything. It was in the marriage law. It was as clear as 2 and 2 are 4. The lawyer said that was correct. She smashed half of everything and ripped up the tax bill. Then she took off for the women's shelter on Yachtvi with half a child. The child was teased in school because he had only one ear. But life could still be endured, since it couldn't be any other way.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good one. This next poem appeared recently in World Literature Today. What is difficult? It is easy to be a mother. Childbirth was nothing. Marriage and divorce only crack the plaster a little, like when the S train goes by. It is easy to write, easy to read your own works out loud, good grounds for slipping away from home. What is difficult is the coffee hour afterward. The other adults there see your hands are shaking and that you don't share their warm interest in the occasion. The older girls have baked the pastries themselves. The principal talks about the school trip. It is only 8:30. Your stomach rumbles loudly during a pause. Driven by the simple need to survive, your mouth waters as you imagine how the eagerly inquiring father with the steady gaze is in bed. It will never end. The youngest is only 9 years old. You were not warned in time. The parish council chairman is a vegetarian. He thanks you for the moving experience and gets lost in prepositions. With fanatic eyes, he drinks his wheat bran soup. He has not smoked in 30 years. He gulps pollen tablets and does not have his children vaccinated. He sneezes and smells like garlic. Everyone is tireless. They drink coffee by the bucket. There is an odor of catastrophe. Childhood tumbles from the cupboards. Half crazed with thirst, you sail into conversation's wild sea. Everyone laughs. You are a witty dog. Why do women never have heart attacks? The vicar's dentures move when he speaks. Next time, I will marry a vicar. Next time, I will bring a flask with me and drink it down in the WC.
Anxiety 1. Anxiety is old. It reeks of childhood. It has no object, is awakened by glances, words, and sudden noise. Lives in recurring dreams where the one you love shows the deadly hatred he hides by day. People's eyes are yellow. They are too close together, and they have no lashes over them. Their menacing eyebrows run endlessly together. The corners of their mouths dislocate and twist watercolor wet. Do not look at them. Slip away from any dangerous and keen attention. Wrap yourselves in rhythms and rhymes from the old bygone songs. Hide with the troll and the dragon, the pure evil. Shy away from all affection, even from the child who plays with and caresses the cat. Shy away from his expectation, his memories, his blocked future. Seek the company of those who peacefully turned away, want nothing from you. Libraries, waiting rooms, railway stations. People with suitcases in hand have firm contours, unknown goals in a world that is not yours. All the others are transformed under your stare. As if under windswept waves, they know that you see their secrets and innermost thoughts. Hate your lurking and waiting. You do not know the day of the catastrophe approaching by the hour. Anxiety is old. Your father and your mother are safety and danger, staring through your lover's eyes and are not dead. Do not watch them. Lay flowers on the grave, light candles at night. Fold your hands and hum in devotional horror the old forgotten songs.
Thank you, Cynthia. This is Divorce 3. It is not easy to be alone. Other people have impatient waiting room eyes. The floor pulls the steps out from under you. You hang on by your arms from hour to hour. A vocabulary of about 100 words was not divided up. The yearning for something unpleasant, the absence of strong smells, stale smoke in the curtains. The bed is now too wide. Your girlfriends leave when it's time to put on potatoes. Freedom arrives on the next train, an unknown traveler who is not fond of children. The dog is agitated, sniffs at the wrong trouser legs, will soon be in heat. You read books, watch television, comprehend nothing, are suddenly very happy in the morning and disconsolate by evening. It is a phase, say your girlfriends, something you have to go through. Weightless as an astronaut, you hover in empty rooms and wait for the freedom to do what you no longer want to.
Thank you, Michael. Hearing you read that poem, it strikes me how remarkable it is that Tove Ditlevsen wrote poetry 3/4 of a century ago in the Danish language and has been recently translated by a man and a woman in the United States, and that it is so relevant in the 21st century. This last poem appeared recently in the LA Review. Longing. I long to age, to be dulled and calcify with taste buds that are only excited by strong spices, with eyes that only see very bright colors, and ears that only hear the most intense noise. I long for oblivion to all life's sorrows, for the dimming of emotions, clinging to that which is dead and gone, which no one remembers, which no one can affect or change in any way. I long for brittleness and aching in all my bones, protection until death against all kinds of desire, protection against the blood's doomed heated rage, and in the small of my back, the white pain of absence. Life feels so long these spring nights, with their cruel sweetness for one who is alone. Oh, let me age quickly and desire nothing, and never again be desired except by my death.
Thank you, Cynthia. Tove Ditlevsen's turbulent life caused her misery, but paradoxically, it gave her material for writing incredibly powerful books. The Copenhagen trilogy was chosen by the New York Times as one of the 10 best books of 2021. And her novel, The Faces, which deals with mental illness, and her short stories about relationship, The Trouble with Happiness, were just released by Farrar, Straus and Giroux a few days ago. I'd like to close this reading with one of my own poems from the collection, This May Sound Familiar. An observation. Art is a way of slowing down the velocity of experience to the stillness of the page, the canvas, the form. We sit, take a good look at the intersection of ourselves with the great momentum. Thank you all for listening.
Michael, thank you for reading that poem. One of the great joys of working with you has been getting to know your poetry. And thank you to everyone for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed this session as much as we did.
Welcome to East European Writers on Environmental Catastrophe with Alex Zucker, Sean Gasper, and myself, Sal Robinson. This is an event in the 2022 Sant Jordi USA Festival of Books, Roses, and the Arts. Today, we'll be talking about The Lake by Bianca Belova, translated from Czech by Alex, and History of a Disappearance, the story of a forgotten Polish town by Philip Springer, translated from Polish by Sean. Now just to introduce you to our participants, Sean Gasper is a translator of Polish literature. His work has won the EBRD Literary Prize and been shortlisted for the Warwick Women in Translation Prize and longlisted for the National Translation Award. His latest translations are Foucault in Warsaw and I'd Like to Say Sorry, but there's no one to say sorry to. Alex Zucker is a translator of Czech literature. He has 2 books coming out this month, the selected writings of Jan Patočka, Care for the Soul, featuring his translations of 12 essays by the Czech phenomenologist and cultural critic, and the book we're going to discuss today, The Lake, which won the EU Prize for Literature. For more information about Alex, you can go to his website, alexjzucker.com. I'm Sal Robinson. I worked as an editor on literary translations for 10 years, and I'm now an assistant curator in the Literary and Historical Manuscripts Department at the Morgan Library and Museum. To start things off, Alex and Sean are going to read us some passages from the books, just to give you guys a sense of what they're all about. Alex, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Sal. Good to be here today. I just want to express my gratitude to the Farragut Fund for Catalan Culture in the U.S. and to Marianne Newman in particular for inviting us to take part in this year's Sant Jordi USA Festival of Books, Roses, and the Arts. It's a pleasure to be here today, and my thanks to everyone who's watching or listening to us, sorry. Okay. So I'll just get right into it here. This is from the first part of the book. This is Nami is the name of the main character, who in this scene is an adolescent boy, let's say. Nami lies twirling a blade of toxic grass in his mouth. The sun hangs low over the horizon, casting lengthy shadows. The dust filling the air covers clothing, chokes nostrils and lungs. A grungy stray dog creeps up through the grass and lies down near Nami. He has a large bump over his right eye. Nami flings a stone, chasing him away, and the dog trots off to lie down again at a safe distance. Nami, glancing down at his hands, decides they look untidy and begins cleaning the dirt from underneath his nails. Peering off toward the city, he sees the girl on the road. The golden aureole of dust rising up around her makes her look a little like a specter or a ghost. Nami goes on cleaning his nails, pretending not to see her. His mind is made up to let her pass without a word. His bowels are constricted and his stomach aches the same way it does after swimming in the lake. The girl catches sight of him and shyly raises her hand in greeting. He nods. The girl agilely pushes off the concrete wall and swings herself up. Walks through the dry grass toward Nami, flip-flops slipping in the dust. She sits down next to him. You'll get your dress dirty. She waves her hand dismissively. Seems kind of silly wearing a white dress around here, Nami says, feeling like he's choking. He starts to cough. What with the dust and all, he explains. The girl clicks her tongue at the dog, who starts slinking toward them through the grass. Don't do that. He's nothing but fleas and ulcers. I feel sorry for him. Look at how alone he is. The girl is sitting to the west of Nami, so he can see the fine hairs covering her neck and arms, turning gold in the sunlight. He rolls onto his belly. The girl clears her throat. I'm Zaza. Nami. I know. Really? Of course, everyone knows who you are. What do you mean, everyone? Are you kidding? Says Zaza, looking a bit startled. Oh, never mind. It's just at that time I saw you at the bus stop. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. He spits out the blade of grass and plucks a new one. He hopes she doesn't notice that his fingers are trembling. You've got nice eczema, he adds in an offhand way. What do you mean? Zaza frowns. Just like most people's is all red and puffy, but yours is like sort of rosy. It's cute. Oh. I hope you don't take it the wrong way. I rub it with lard, but it doesn't seem to help much. I heard there was a baby born with 3 hands. Yeah, there's 2-headed lambs born all the time, but 3-handed babies? We haven't had that before. Zaza sighs. As soon as I finish school, I want to get out of here. He nods. Maybe we could go together. Zaza smiles and nods. So I'll come back tomorrow, okay? Okay. Nami watches her walk away through the dusk. It's all he can do not to reveal the geysers of joy erupting inside him. Beyond the dry docks in the distance, he sees a home surrounded by piles of junk and a man in a diving suit moving around the garden with a dancer's grace. Nami tosses his head. The antenna's wires flap against the corroding dish in the wind. Maybe the aliens were finally transmitting a message. Nami concentrates on the rhythm, but he can't decipher it. His erection is still there.
Great. Thank you, Alex. And now Sean.
Thanks, Sal. So I'm reading from History of a Disappearance by Philip Springer. This is a book about a small town in the mountains that first was called Kupferberg and then was called Miajanka and now isn't called anything because it doesn't exist anymore. So this is a short chapter called The Bottle. I should say this is a nonfiction book. This is what the Poles call reportage, literary journalism. The Bottle. I got the bottle stopper from Zbigniew Pawanska at the end of our conversation. The whole time he'd been playing with it, turning it over in his fingers, delicately tapping it on the tabletop, right next to the microphone, so I had to wonder if he wasn't doing it on purpose. Finally, he said it was for me, and I feigned surprise and for a moment tried politely to refuse. I asked him where he'd gotten it. I just have it, he said. Then he assured me right away that for him it was no sacrifice or offering. I'll find myself another one just like it. And so the stopper. Too old to treat as ordinary trash, too modern to consider a museum piece. A porcelain lump with a red enamel inscription, Kupferberger Brauerei, G. Franzki. No date, nothing else. The O-ring is already ruined, same with the wire bail, the remains of which are still inside the hole that runs through the middle. For a moment, I give in to the urge to fantasize, to invent history. I do my best to resist, and the feeling passes on its own. The stopper remains a stopper, dug out of the earth. It won't tell me anything other than what I know anyway. There was a brewery, there was Georg Franzki, there was beer, nothing more, and all in the past tense. I carry the stopper in my pocket, sort of like a good luck charm, although why would it bring me good luck? I even work out a way to thread my key ring through it, making the two of us inseparable. Then I find a bottle. And once more, that presumptuous symbolism which I struggle to resist. A whisper of history, as though Green Kupferberg, a town which no longer exists, is mocking me and flinging trash at me, with which I am meant to patch together a history. Attempting to understand, this is all I can get my hands on. First, a porcelain bottle stopper, and now a bottle from Franzki's brewery. And so you could say I have a full set, though to add insult to injury, the bottleneck is broken in a way that prevents me from celebrating the right of fitting the two together and getting ridiculously excited about it. The stopper and the bottle, nothing more. If I'd walked through the freshly plowed fields, I'd certainly have found a few pieces of broken plates. But they wouldn't have meant anything either. That sort of archaeology is pointless, because when it's over, you still have to imagine anyway, as you sit on the bus from Jelenia Góra, staring through the window and wondering, did Franzki walk past this bottle? Did he hold it? Who bought it? Who drank the beer? Bayer at number 10 or Gasper at number 6? Did it go to their head? Maybe they got into a scuffle. Maybe they got beat up themselves. Did they drink for Dutch courage? Because they were bored? Because they had to? From thirst? From joy or sorrow? Or maybe they just drank. The bottle lay in the leaves next to Überscher's tomb. Maybe he brought it there himself when his wooden lodge still stood here. Or maybe by the people who led him in his grave and hung his spiked Prussian helmet and sword on the brick wall just over the coffin. They covered it all up with a reinforced concrete slab, and then, instead of carving his date of death, they drank his health and unhurriedly made their way back toward the town. Poor Überscher, they thought. Why did he do it? Or maybe it wasn't like that at all. Maybe the bottle ended up there because someone decided it was the perfect place to throw away the trash left in every house once the Germans had gone. After all, they weren't able to clean up after themselves. Now it has no meaning, because all the sentimentality, all my adoration for these two objects is a result of what's above and beyond them, of what I know about the town. But this is all that's remained of the town, of Green Kupferberg. So that's how I justify getting excited at being a homegrown archaeologist.
Thank you, Sean. That was great. And now I wonder if the two of you could tell us a little bit about how these books came to be, sort of what their writers were thinking about, these stories and how they got started on them.
So this novel, The Lake, Jezero, as it's called in Czech, by Bianca Belová, was published in Czech in 2016. It's not her first novel. Previous to this novel, the books that she had written were all set in Czechoslovakia or Czech Republic. This one is set in an unnamed, probably based on the descriptions of the environment and the geography, somewhere in a post-Soviet Central Asian state. And she has said in interviews that that she was, I don't know if inspired is exactly the word, spurred to write the book when, after reading a reportage in National Geographic, which had photos. It was a reportage about the disappearance of the Aral Sea, which borders Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and the fact that it dried up over a period of about 50 years, from the 50s to, I think essentially it's gone now. And this reportage had photographs of ships lying in what looked to be a desert, but was actually the former, well, it was the lake bed. The Aral Sea, which is technically a lake, but it's big enough to be a sea. And there were camels lying in its shade and, walking around. And it just like sent her fantasy or her imagination reeling. And the way that she described it was that it was like a sculptor seeing a piece of marble and the statue kind of just leaping out of it at her, and she just started writing. And I know this because she's I've read several interviews with her, both from the time right after when the book was published in Czech, and even I just did a podcast with her earlier this week. She's consistently said the same thing, that she felt like this book just came to her and it had been inside of her for a very long time, and that there was nothing rational or planned about it, and has been very she's been very consistently reluctant to say anything more about it than that. But the story, focuses around, centers around this boy, Nami, and it's one way to look at it is a sort of coming of age story. It does follow him from the age of about 4 up until he's a young man in his, I guess I would say probably mid or late teens. And he's, trying to solve the mystery of who his mother is. There's a recollection of her at the very beginning, but there are a lot of different ways to look at the book beyond coming of age story. It's also a story about the environment and the catastrophe of the environment of this dying sea, the pollution that's there. It's also about the politics of a post-Soviet state with Russians there. And it's also got some class interactions going on, a lot of different things going on. But that's how she came to write the book.
Yeah, and Philip's story is, I don't think the book came to him quite as magically as that, but he was, if I recall correctly, he was helping to run some kind of a summer camp, like an outdoorsmanship camp for kids in a region in Poland called Lower Silesia. And one night, kind of around the campfire, someone showed him some photographs of a town that he'd never seen before, and he'd kind of explored all of the local towns in the area and thought he knew them well, and said, "Where is this?" And they said, "Oh, it's not there anymore." And he was sort of intrigued by that and went hunting around for the site of where the town was. It's not completely gone. There are a couple of houses, but wanted to find out kind of what the story was, why this place had been there and didn't and no longer existed. So the short version of the story is that Kupferberg was a sort of Renaissance era copper mining town on top of a mountain in this region called Silesia. It was a very small town. It was never particularly large or prosperous, but found itself kind of buffeted by history continually, being kind of near the border and being in a region that more recently has gone back and forth between being German and Polish. So most notably and most recently, after the Second World War, when Poland's borders were redrawn, the territory where this town was handed over to Poland, and the German population, which had been there all along, was expelled and replaced with Poles, who in turn had been expelled from further east, from territories that were taken over by the Soviet Union. And this little copper mining town, which had been kind of mildly prosperous, after the war, uranium was discovered in the mountain that it was built on. And this little town suddenly became a major source, well, it became a source of uranium for the Soviet nuclear program. And the process of mining, which had already, caused a certain amount of environmental degradation before the war, was suddenly massively expanded. And by the time that the uranium mining was over with, the ground under the town had been destabilized. And over the course of the following decades, because of these huge sinkholes, the ground caving in, the authorities were forced to remove everyone from the town. And so they were resettled in sort of a specially built, communist concrete tower block complex further down the road. And the town was demolished. And to go there now, and I've been there, funnily enough, you would not guess that there was anything that had been there before, really. There's just sort of this great big meadow, and as you walk through it, you sometimes trip over little bricks and things that are the leftovers of the town that was there. But so I think for Philip, it was, it was partly uncovering some of this lesser known Polish history. The deportation of the German population from these territories in Poland was pretty brutal, and it's something that's not been talked about very extensively, or hadn't been when the book came out. But also just, to bring the story of this town to life as sort of a microcosm for the various ways that Poland itself, this whole region, has been buffeted by history.
Yeah, amazing. So in both of these books, there's a disappearance and sort of work to recover what was there, or to find the person who's missing. I wonder if you could give us some readings that give us a sense of sort of the main turning points or arcs of the book. And maybe we'll start with Alex.
Sure. I also neglected to mention a very important thing about the lake, which is that it is a prize-winning novel. I mean, I think one of the main reasons that it was picked up for publication in English, or I don't think so, I'm pretty certain, was because it won the European Union Prize for Literature in 2017. And after that, it's been translated into over 20 languages now. But prior to that, in 2016, it won the Book of the Year award in this prize. I don't know exactly how to put it. It's like the Czech Academy Awards, but for literature. So it's called the Magnesia Litera. And they have prizes in all these different categories, but overarching is the Book of the Year, and it won the Book of the Year in 2016. Then in 2017, it won the European Union Prize for Literature, and that had a lot to do with why Parthian Books, who are based in Wales, picked it up for publication and translation in English. So it's important to say that. And this is the cover. Well, I don't know, is it blurred? Is it blurred?
A little bit, yeah.
I didn't think about that when I chose the blur factor. It's better for Sal to show it. Yes. Yeah. So I did refer to the fact that Nami, this main character, the all-seeing eye through which we take in the story of the novel, his mother, who he has very vague recollections of, disappeared when he was very young. His father died. His father was a fisherman who died on the lake. So he's raised by his grandparents. And then his grandfather, who we meet briefly at the beginning of the book, also dies out on the lake, and then his grandmother dies of illness, and so he's left all alone, at which point he decides he needs to leave this town where everybody has either eczema or babies are being born with appendages coming out of strange parts of their body. And he decides to leave to go across the lake to the city. The town that he's lived in has a name, it's fictional, but the city is just a city. He decides to go across the lake to the city to try to find his mother, because that's where he's told that she disappeared to. So, and he undergoes all sorts of cruel adventures while he's in the city, and eventually he meets this older woman who's called simply the Old Dame, who says that she's an aristocrat, and who supposedly had a relationship with this character known only as the Statesman, who I believe is, or I interpret to be, Stalin, who supposedly she was a former lover of his, and she met his mother supposedly, so she tells Nami where his mother is, and it's on this farming collective where they're growing cotton on the other side of the lake. So he goes in search of his mother, and does find her, and they don't exactly bond, but well, I'll go ahead and read this little section here about this is Nami with his mother after he spent a few weeks, or maybe it's a whole season actually. I should have clarified that. Sometimes it's the time as it frames aren't exactly clear in the book, and I'm pretty sure that's intentional. It's just kind of forward moving, but without sharp delineations. So this is Nami with his mother at the cotton farm. The next day, his mother accompanies him on his walk into the desert. There is no sign of the rain whatsoever. The desert is as dry as ever, only the air is a little damper. The dog merrily runs ahead, stopping every few dozen meters and pricking up his ears, urging them to pick up the pace. As usual, neither of them says a word. The ecstatic experience of the night before rests between them like an invisible boulder. The dog sniffs the air, pauses bewildered, bounds forward twice, and spots his prey, a tiny desert cat. But it's much faster than him and knows the terrain far better. We could go back to Boros, Nami suggests. Boros is the name of the village where they come from. His mother trembles, drawing her woolen scarf more closely about her body. This place is hell, a dried up piece of ground where even a thistle doesn't grow. People shouldn't be here in the first place. What are we doing slaving away for the Russians here when they're the ones who drove all these people out of their homes? It doesn't make any sense. His mother stops and turns to him. Her nostrils are quivering. What does make sense, Nami? Tell me, what does make sense in life? The dog yaps furiously. Nami can feel his fingers going numb. Quiet, stupid, he shouts at the dog. Not a cloud in the sky, once again. Nami euphorically recalls the night before, wondering if he just dreamed the cold rain falling on his face. He remembers those rare days back at school when it snowed and the teacher let them go outside. They stood in the schoolyard, heedlessly dressed, catching snowflakes on their tongue. Or, if there was more snow, they lay down in it and made face prints, or sculpted the snow into obscene figures until their sleeves were soaking wet and the teacher shooed them back into the classroom to dry off by the stove. It seems like so long ago now. I can't go back to Boros, Dove. Why not? Why? The dog turns around with a frightened look and tucks his tail between his legs. My God, Nami, be quiet already. Stop screaming. I will never go back to the lake. Then again, neither one of them says a word as they walk on through the dust. They both look ahead, avoiding each other's eyes.
Great. Thank you, Alex. And just for parity's sake, I'm going to show the cover of Sean's book
Thank you.
as well. Both beautiful covers. Sean, would you give us a reading?
Sure, yeah. So when Philip was doing his research for this book, he tracked down an association of Germans who had themselves or who were the children of folks who had been deported from these regions in Poland.
We may have lost Sean temporarily. Hold on one sec. Get him.
Hey, sorry, my Skype crashed there. Can you hear me again?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay, I'll start over.
Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties. When Philip was writing this book, he got in contact with an association of Germans, older Germans who had been deported from these regions in Poland and who had kind of kept in touch, all of these families together. And in particular, a man named Karl-Heinz Friebe, who was from Kupferberg and was deported when he was a teenager. And, had grown up in this kind of mildly prosperous, mountain mining and also kind of a vacation town. And so a lot of the memories of the town in the book come from Karl-Heinz. And this section here is about the process of the deportations and how this actually worked. So by now, the Germans have lost the war, the territory has been handed over, the towns have all been renamed with Polish names. And now little by little, this population exchange is happening. More and more Poles are arriving and taking houses over. Once they've picked out a specific building, the police go in and order the Germans living there to move into the attic or to the cellar. As per regulations, the former owners are assigned to the first round of repatriation. Only those Germans working in the paper mill in Janowice or in the linen factory in Marciszów are protected from this fate. There's a shortage of specialists across Lower Silesia, so German experts who know how to keep production levels up are worth their weight in gold. Notices are nailed to the doors of their houses. They can stay here the longest. Right from the beginning, the Poles try to work the local soil and begin farming. The new authorities encourage them, for people are arriving all over the region and the granaries are half empty after the war. But the new farmers don't know the particulars of the harsh climate here or the history of the fields. They don't know what's been grown on them before, so they can't tell what they should plant now. They don't ask the Germans, though. When the Germans offer to help, they just get told not to interfere, because they'll be gone soon anyway. So now there's winter and hunger. The supplies of nettles and pigweed Mama gathered up ran out long ago, though there are still preserves made from fruit secretly gathered from the Germans' own orchards. Karl-Heinz Friebe doesn't go out for milk. The more enterprising Poles have taken away the Germans' cows, and now milk is even harder to get. They can't buy anything in the stores either because the new government has introduced an exchange rate that's detrimental to the Germans. They can only pay in marks because they can be punished for possession of Polish złotys. The ongoing deportation of German families doesn't proceed without problems. For example, so that Waltersdorf can truly merit the Polish name Mniszków, the population of the entire village is summoned to leave the town 3 separate times. 3 times someone pounds on the door at midnight. 3 times they find out they'll leave their homes at dawn. 3 times they carefully pack and weigh each of their bundles so they're not over 45 pounds. 3 times they set off on the long road to Jelenia Góra. There they find out it's not their turn yet, and they're to return home. I wanted to read this excerpt because I think it's partly a really great illustration of Philip's storytelling style and kind of the way this style of nonfiction works in Poland. But also this thing about not knowing what to grow, the Poles not knowing what to grow, I think is the first hint of something that becomes a theme throughout the book, which is that so much of our relationship to place has to do, I think, with kind of cultural and intergenerational memory. And I think one of the things we see in this book is that when these new settlers are brought into the region, when they don't have that kind of longstanding connection to the land, it really changes their relationship with it. And I think that in addition to, a political system that encouraged kind of overexploitation, and that was obviously not sensitive to the environmental needs, I think among the people themselves as well, it was kind of more acceptable to just to sort of pillage, to just kind of use the land as a resource, because it didn't have kind of an emotional attachment for them. I know it's something that I think about as well as an American, thinking about our country as a country of that has been settled by people who have been there for a relatively short period of time, and what that means for our relationship with the land and the kind of environmental exploitation that goes on in our country too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Alex, I wonder, you mentioned the grandfather earlier, and he only turns up for a very short period of time in the novel, but he's such a vivid presence. He's a fisherman, and you get the sense that he really knows the lake. Would you like to talk about him at all, or?
I don't know what I can say about the grandfather. I mean, he's, I mean, the grandmother, they've got kind of a, what's the word? Feisty relationship. But I kind of wanted to, I feel like the books resonate the way that Sean was just talking about. I'm still learning to talk about this book because, it's just come out and this is only my second time talking about it in public. But so I'm realizing the things that I'm not saying, but like in the last excerpt I read, this thing about the ecstasy of the rain falling, because it's not just that the lake has dried up, but that the land in general, there's a drought going on all across the region that's in part caused specifically by the drying up of the lake. But there is this very clear, if understated, theme of, as Sean was saying, exploitation of the environment, which in this book is blamed, or I don't want to say is blamed, but you can see why the blame would fall on the Russians as the occupiers, who run this cotton farm, who run the fish processing plant where all the fishermen catch the fish to be processed there, and the women, if they work in the fish processing plant, but this plant is spewing out all these toxins. That's part of the reason why the lake is drying up also, or not why it's not drying up, but why the water is toxic and people get eczema and throw up after they swim in the lake. But there's really nobody in the book who cares that much for the environment until this character that Nami meets at the end, which is alluded to in the first section I read. He talks about he sees he's sitting on this hill nibbling on this blade of toxic grass, and he sees some guy moving around his yard, it says, with a dancer's grace, and he meets that character later, right at the end of the novel. So he does kind of finally manage to meet some people who care about the place and care for other people, but otherwise it's there's very little care among people or of people for the environment in the novel. It's pretty brutal, actually.
Right. And I think in both books, the people who are damaging and destroying the environment are also suffering from the consequences of that destruction sort of immediately. They're the ones, their livelihoods are dependent on this kind of destructive activity, but they're also the ones with the eczema, whose homes are disappearing into sinkholes. So there's this terrible kind of claustrophobic, snowballing destructive effect.
And it becomes quite a strong contrast in History of a Disappearance, because the period in which the town is wealthiest is the period after the war when the uranium mining is going on, but it's also the period of the most intensive environmental destruction. And also, it was, and we'll hear more about this in the next reading, but it was a secret, of course, that what they were mining was uranium. And so people were not told that was what they were mining. People were not given radiation protection. And so many people were, enjoying this prosperity from having this good, solid work, but literally at the same time, we're suffering, health consequences from radiation poisoning.
Right. And it's a very brief period as well, right? It's sort of like 4 or 5 years of prosperity
and it's sort of for naught. People make all of this money, but there's kind of, because there's no other infrastructure in the area, the money just kind of, I don't want to say that it gets drunk away, but that is a lot of what happens. People sort of spend it in this big burst, and then it's gone.
I mean, one of the things that is true of both of these books is that they really give you a sense of the destructive, exploitive aspects of sort of industrial capitalism, labor, or heavy industry, just a very visceral sense, and the way what it's like to do that work. And I wonder if you could both read passages that kind of give our listeners a sense of that.
I do want to say, I think it's quite telling that you just talked. I think this is maybe a Freudian slip, but said industrial capitalism, because it's, I think what it does really reflect, what it reflects for me is because it wasn't capitalism, of course, it was communism, or socialism, or Marxism, Leninism, whatever you want to call it. And so to me, what it really reflects is how in this region, this kind of notionally humanistic political philosophy was actually deeply dehumanizing and profoundly instrumentalized, in my view, the people who were on kind of the other end of the production mechanism. Who would like to read first? Alex, you've been going first. Do you want to?
Sure, I can go ahead. And in The Lake, it's both what I would call state socialism and capitalism. There's, we see the destructive effects on the environment of both systems. I'll just say briefly, there is also a character in this novel, a young man from the U.S. who's in the city working for an international oil corporation. So you really get it from coming and going all sides in this book. So this is a scene from when Nami kind of first arrives in the city. And so he's probably in his late teens, and he needs to find work because he has to support himself and find a place to live somehow. And somebody tells him to go to the job market. The job market consists of 3, at times 4 lines of men standing along the road. Dressed in all colors of misery, they reek with the common smell of humanity and unwashed underwear. Usually they are silent, staring resignedly down at the ground. Their overworked hands, permanently ingrained with dirt, are clenched into a fist. When a car drives by with a prospective employer, the men stand up straight and suck in their bellies. A hand reaches out the car window and beckons someone with a finger. 3 or 4 men step out of line, run to the car, and start negotiating with the owner of the hand. After a brief shoving match, then 1 or 2 of the day laborers climb into the car, and their spots in the first row are quickly filled by the foot soldiers from behind. A little way off to the right stands an army of women day laborers, cleaning ladies, gardeners, and babysitters. The sounds of low conversation and occasional laughter remind Nami of lying under the cherry tree in springtime, listening to the buzzing of the bees up above. Nami gets in line at the end of the 3rd row. Nobody picks him all afternoon. No prospective employer even looks at him. Nobody points their finger at him and asks how many bags of cement he can carry. At nightfall, the crowd slowly drifts away. Even with marching in place constantly, Nami is still cold to the bone. The woman he helped with her groceries would certainly give him a mug of tea and maybe also a clean bed, but just the memory of her pungent body odor and her rubber sandals squeaking makes Nami start shaking all over again. He spends the night in front of Maimun's cage at the park. Maimun is a monkey that Nami develops a sort of, I guess you could say, a relationship with in the park. He doesn't sleep much and only off and on, shivering with cold, but in the morning he wakes up fairly refreshed, though his ears and nose are frozen. When the stall holders appear and the market opens for business, Nami buys a cup of sweet black tea and a cabbage pancake. The day is a bit more friendly today, the sun attempting to break through the clouds, but a cold wind is blowing. Nami goes back to the job market again and shows up early enough to get a place in the 2nd row. He recognizes a few of the men's faces from the previous day. They nod to each other in greeting, then ignore one another for the rest of the day except to hold somebody's place when one of them needs to urinate. Nami calculates that the buyers take roughly 1/5 of the available workforce every day. So 5 days should be enough, but it takes twice as long. He's running out of money, and every night the air gets a little chillier. He stinks to himself. His hair itches. Then a man comes along in a pickup and points to Nami and 2 other men. Without a single question, he loads them into the bed of his truck and takes them to a warehouse in the port to unload cargo from ships. It's hard labor. One of the men hired with Nami shatters his ankle during the very first shift. Nami has no gloves, and after just a few hours, his hands are covered in bloody blisters. His back aches from lifting and carrying crates of carrots and onions. He can't believe the city has enough people to eat that many onions. They get a 15-minute break for lunch. The other men are trying to save money, same as Nami, so instead of lunch, they just go out on the concrete pier and light up a smoke. They sit atop the wooden crates, puffing cheap cigarettes and gazing silently out at the lake. Pools of red sulfur, a byproduct of mining, sit drying up on the site where the lake once used to be. Over time, it turns to a yellow substance that men in safety helmets cut into huge yellow slabs, which are then shipped to sulfur-hungry buyers in Africa and Australia. Flames shoot from 4 black towers in the background. The water in the dormitory runs only in the morning, if at all, and only cold. In the winter, there is no heat. The plywood floor is slowly rotting away. The sour smell from the toilets permeates everything, seeping into the walls, his clothes, hair, pillow. The windows are filled with plywood panels instead of glass. Wind blows through the cracks. The beds are hard, though certainly softer than the withered lawn in front of Maimun's cage at the park. Nights are short. Nami wakes to the sound of footsteps from a coworker whose shift starts even earlier than his.
Great. Thanks, Alex. And Sean?
You would think after 2 years I knew how to turn on my microphone. Thank you, Sal. Yeah, so this is that kind of golden age that we were just talking about in Miajanka. The 4 years the uranium mine is open are years of plenty. As before the war, the town has a pharmacy, a few stores, a bakery, a meat processing plant, and workshops. A community center has now been set up in the former German tavern. It holds dances every Sunday, which mine workers and people from Miedzanka, as well as nearby Czechanovice, Mniszków, and Janowice, attend. The community center also organizes screenings once a month by a traveling movie theater. It's brought by the Russian soldiers guarding the mine, and each time they show a different film praising the gallantry and valor of Soviet soldiers on the fronts of the Great Patriotic War. Entry costs a few zlotys, but the local children have their own method of seeing the movies for free. On the day of the screening, they sneak into the community center and dart under the makeshift stage where the image will appear. When the lights go out and the projector rattles, that's the signal they can abandon their hiding place without being seen and watch the movie in peace. The miners are rich. You can tell at first glance who works in the mine and who doesn't. Some buy motorcycles, others renovate their houses. In February 1949, Bashka Wojcik collects a paycheck of 28,000 zlotys, some 50 times the average monthly salary in Poland. And Stanisław Kopczynski occasionally brings home twice that. Once again, the wealth conceived in the ground is causing the town to blossom. These days it's here, not in Janowice, that life is vibrant. More people are constantly arriving, eager to work in the mine. The authorities estimate the local population peaks at nearly 3,000 people. The town has never had so many inhabitants. However, the origin of this success must remain unspoken. In official documentation, the uranium mine in Miedzanka is registered as a paper factory in Janowice Wielkie. Even in internal communication, the word uranium is avoided like the plague. The ore mined in Miedzanka contains around 0.2% pure uranium. That's why tens of tons of rock waste are necessary to obtain a few tons of ore, from which barely a few kilograms of uranium will be produced. The quotas are increasing. Mining runs in 3 shifts, and nearly 1,500 people are working in the mine. The majority of them live in the town, but some come in on trucks from neighboring villages, and some make their own way across the mountains. Mine shafts now dot the entire area, and spoil tips pile up around each of them. No one knows in exactly how many places uranium is being mined in this mountain. Over 4 years, 25 miles of tunnels have been dug. Some speak of a few, some of over a dozen, and some of dozens of mining posts. Suffice it to say that all the drifts put together run 100 miles long. And if all the mine shafts were combined into one, they would reach a depth of nearly 20 miles. Some of the uranium mining tunnels in Miedzanka were dug by the Germans. These have been appropriately secured, and the mining authorities have access to all the documentation. It's a different story with the new drifts. In the pit, the rule is you follow the vein, and the machines direct you where to dig. Hardly anyone thinks about what's above them. The miners tell stories about digging a drift right up under the surface of the ground. That's not so bad if it's a field above you. Then one day the farmer will find a large crater and a few dump trucks full of sand will need to be brought in, and that's that. It's worse if the miners follow the vein under the town, which happens as well. Then the sinking ground causes yards and cellars to collapse and puts cracks in the walls of buildings. The mining authorities try to fix the situation, supporting the houses with wooden props and filling in sinkholes at their own cost. Their efforts are increasingly for naught.
Great. Amazing. So I think we're coming to the end of our time together. Alex and Sean, are there any final things you'd like to say or questions you have for each other?
I think one thing that I'll say about this book, my lighting is getting like worse and worse here. There's blazing sun coming in through the window behind me. The one thing I'd like to say is that this book really had an interesting afterlife in Poland. It sparked a lot of interest in this region and in this aspect of history. And the former site of Miedzanka has kind of sprung back to life in the years since the book was published in 2017. There is a new brewery there, among other things, and there's a literary festival that happens every year organized in part by Philip Springer, the author. You know, there was a play based on this story, and there have been art installations and so on and so on. So as much as it's the story of a town that doesn't exist, even so, kind of the history continues in a way that's very exciting to watch.
I guess it is a difficult book to summarize. As I said, I think from the outset, it can be read and understood in a variety of ways, as the author herself has said. And I think that one of the things that she keeps coming back to is that it's a universal story, a sort of a Ulysses or Odyssey type story. And a number of Czech reviewers have compared it to The Painted Bird by Jerzy Kosinski. But one thing that stands out about it to me, and I say this based on a number of Czech novels I've translated recently, is the fact that there is that it's a relatively bleak outlook of society, and there's a very strong theme or sense running throughout that it's not really possible for that the only real kind of solace, comfort, and care that happens is between individuals, not collectively. And that's interesting to me because I know in this country, certainly, you know, we have this long-standing mythology, let's say, of rugged individualism, and of course capitalism works both ideologically and practically in terms of the type of conditions it creates to make it harder for people to bond together and do things collectively, support each other collectively. But it's also true in these or I'm not gonna generalize, but I'll say in the former Czechoslovakia, let's say, it seems to be a very strong theme in several novels that I've translated that have come out in the last 5 years, that that when it comes to collectivities, they're mostly portrayed negatively, whereas the only positive kind of parts of society seem to be relationships between individuals. And I'm not going to try to draw a giant conclusion, an overarching conclusion from that, except to say that I don't think it bodes well, but I think that there's a big generational difference, and I can say that I definitely sense big generational difference both in this country and in Czech Republic between, you know, people who are in their 20s or 30s now who seem to be much more interested in, involved in, and attached to or committed to collective care and support than people who are, you know, let's say over 40 or certainly over 50. So I think that's a generational thing I've noticed.
Great. Well, I want to just thank you guys both so much for this. And I would like to encourage everyone who is listening to and watching this event to buy these two books, The Lake by Bianca Belova, and History of a Disappearance by Philip Springer, translated by Sean on the left, Alex on the right, and to buy them from an independent bookstore or to buy them directly from the publisher, Parthian Press, for The Lake, and Restless Books for History of a Disappearance. Yeah, I'm excited for the festival and hope that we're all attending lots of events. Thank you both so much.
Hello, Shalom Aleichem. My name is Madeleine Cohen. I'm the academic director of the Yiddish Book Center. We are a nonprofit organization based in Amherst, Massachusetts. Our mission is to recover, celebrate, and regenerate Yiddish and modern Jewish literature and culture. One of the many riches of Yiddish literature is as a source to turn to during periods of great trial. Nearly every Yiddish writer of the 20th century had some direct experience of war, displacement, oppression, the struggle to survive, and to grieve great losses. We can turn to this literature both to learn about these past struggles and relate them to our lives today. In this program for the Sant Jordi Festival, we will share new translations of one of the greatest Yiddish poets, Avrom Sutzkever, along with a trailer for a recent documentary about Sutzkever produced by the Yiddish Book Center's Wexler Oral History Project. Sutzkever was born in Vilna, today Vilnius, Lithuania, in 1913. As a young man and emerging poet, he survived in the Vilna ghetto, where he wrote enduring poems of resistance, such as Grains of Wheat, which we will hear read by translator Heather Valencia from her book, Still My Word Sings. In the ghetto, Sutzkever became part of an underground movement called the Paper Brigade, which worked to save Jewish books from destruction or theft by the Nazis. He and his wife eventually escaped the ghetto and joined partisans fighting in the forests outside of Vilna. They were evacuated to the Soviet Union, where his poetry and testimony helped to inform and inspire the continued fight against Nazi Germany and their genocide of Jews and other so-called degenerate groups. Sutzkever would go on to testify at the Nuremberg trials and write important accounts of Nazi crimes. Justin Cami has recently translated Sutzkever's memoir and testimony, and we will hear him read an excerpt of this work titled From the Vilna Ghetto to Nuremberg, Memoir and Testimony. After the war, Sutzkever settled in the new state of Israel, where he became one of the leading figures of Yiddish culture, which struggled for a place alongside Hebrew, the official language of the state. The documentary film Wer wird bleiben, Who Will Remain, tells the story of Sutzkever's Hebrew-speaking granddaughter, who must rely on translation of her grandfather's work in order to read his many writings and to learn more about his life. Finally, we will share a film clip about an incredible musical and scholarly recovery project called Yiddish Glory, the Lost Songs of World War II. Scholar Anna Sternschus uncovered a trove of Yiddish songs from the Soviet Union, touching on all aspects of life and resistance during the war. Musician Soy Korolenko worked with other talented musicians to write and perform new music for these rediscovered songs, allowing for a new and intimate way of engaging with the day-to-day wartime experiences of Yiddish-speaking Soviet Jews. I hope that these examples will interest you in the work of the many dedicated translators and scholars who are opening up Yiddish culture for English reading audiences. And I encourage you to visit the Yiddish Book Center's website to learn more, including about our own recently published volume, Sutzkever Essential Prose, translated by Zachary Schollenberger, along with many, many other wonderful projects. A großen Dank. Thank you for watching.
Hello, I'm Justin Cami, Professor of World Literatures and Jewish Studies at Smith College, and I'm the translator and editor of Abraham Sutzkever's From the Vilna Ghetto to Nuremberg, Memoir and Testimony, published by McGill Queen's University Press. I'm going to read to you today a section from this memoir about the partisans in the ghetto. The section is called Zalman Tikhtin. He was a member of the literary section of the youth club. I taught literature to a group of youths, most of them students in the ghetto high school. At the time, we were preparing a literary soiree. Tikhtin, who was 16 years old and lost both his parents during the first provocation, showed a deep interest in the soiree. He brought a bouquet of flowers to the celebration from Burbishok, where he worked loading munitions. He did this secretly because anyone found with flowers in the ghetto was punished with 20 lashes. They were not just any flowers. They had grown over the grave of the Gordon brothers, who had been torn to pieces by a bomb in the munitions depot where they worked. The explosion destroyed the camp along with the two brothers. Wagner, who was the German supervisor and boss of Burbashok, thought that it was an accident, since Jews had been killed. But Tikhtin knew for sure that it was far from an accident, because one of the dead brothers had confided to him that he had decided to blow up the German munitions camp, even if it cost him his life. Zalman Tikhtin circulated among the children, his face beaming. The flowers were not the only item exciting him. That day, he also managed to smuggle into the ghetto 12 first-rate grenades. I knew that Tikhtin was one of us, a partisan. He was the youngest of our comrades. Others knew that he was an expert in the art of smuggling weapons, but few were aware that this 16-year-old conceived a plan to blow up the Gestapo headquarters in town. He told me about it one day when we were returning from a literary evening. He explained his plan to me in detail. Jews worked in the same courtyard as the Gestapo headquarters. It was not hard to gain access. He would contact a guy he knew who was employed there as a stone carter, and they would blow up the building together. Sutzkever, do you understand what a blow that would be? It would rock the entire city. I warned Zalman not to undertake anything on his own initiative. He was a member of the partisan organization, so he had to restrain himself by following protocol. He was obligated to inform the general staff of his plans. Tikhtin confessed that he had already requested permission from the general staff, which had refused his proposal for the time being. He was ordered to be prudent and not to do anything without authorization. But he was not easily dissuaded. He was prepared to quit the resistance organization in order to carry out this attack. The young man was all worked up. I had the feeling that his actions might be the cause of a great misfortune. I advised him not to behave rashly. One had to be very careful when in the possession of grenades, because his behavior could endanger the lives of 20,000 Jews. The next day he went to work, as he did every other day. Bombs were lugged around, as usual. Wagner, the commander of Burbashok, ordered the Jews to move a munitions depot in Antikol. A colonel was coming for an inspection, and Wagner wanted to impress him by showing him how he had transported munitions to distant outposts. A few days later, when that colonel was gone, Wagner ordered the Jews to bring all the bombs back to Burbashok. That's how he put one past his superior. The same bombs made the rounds of Vilna and returned to Burbashok a few months later. Wagner was one cunning German. He knew how to trick the colonels. His only goal was to avoid being sent to the front. That night, before going home, Tikhtin noticed a new train car on the rails. If a rail car was parked there, it was a sign that it was full of munitions. He slipped away from the pack and discreetly approached the car. It was sealed. He tore open the seal with his teeth, entered the rail car, and looked around. There were no grenades that day, only fuses and ammunition cartridges. But those were also important. He would not leave the rail car empty-handed. He tied a rope under his pants and loaded himself up. On the way out, he managed to close the rail car door. He crossed over a ditch before making it to a nearby forest. It was there that a local Lithuanian expert in pyrotechnics noticed him. He fired on Tikhtin, injuring him, and 12 armed thugs attacked the young man. They tossed him into a cell. Wagner called the Gestapo. In the meantime, he kept all of the Jewish workers under watch in the courtyard. All of a sudden, they saw the following. The cell where Tikhtin was being held burst open, and he jumped out, dashing into some nearby bushes and from there to the train tracks. Hit by 7 bullets, he fell in the grass. Kittel arrived. When he saw that Tikhtin was still alive, he took him in his car to the prison hospital. Kittel called on him every day, bringing him sweets and chocolate. He asked him for whom had he stolen the weapons. Tikhtin did not touch these cursed gifts and did not whisper a word to Kittel. A nurse who worked in the hospital later told us that when Kittel insisted on getting the truth out of Tikhtin to find out for whom had he stolen the grenade fuses, the 16-year-old boy responded, "I stole them and intended them for you, because you murdered my parents."
Shalom Aleichem. My name is Heather Valencia, and I'd like to read a poem which Avrom Sutzkever wrote in March 1943 in the Vilna Ghetto. I translated this poem for my bilingual edition of Sutzkever's poetry entitled Singt als noch mein Wort, Still My Word Sings. The title of the volume is a quotation from another poem of Sutzkever's, which references the survival of the poetic word despite all attempts to destroy it. This is a theme which lies at the heart of all the poetry Sutzkever wrote during those terrible years. And the poem I'll read today, Kernlach Weits, Grains of Wheat, chimes in with this great theme. Sutzkever and other Vilna intellectuals were forced to work for the Nazis' Rosenberg task force, nicknamed the Paper Brigade, the aim of which was to collect valuable Jewish artifacts and manuscripts that were either to be transported to Germany as a record of the annihilated Jewish culture or destroyed on the spot. Sutzkever and his colleagues managed at great danger to themselves to rescue and conceal precious materials from all over Europe, as he mentions in this poem, Amsterdam, Worms, Livorno, Madrid, and YIVO, the Yiddish Research Institute in Vilna. Much of this material did survive, fulfilling the hope he expresses here through the story of the Pharaoh and his grains of wheat. Grains of wheat. Caves open up quickly, split apart under my axe. Before I am killed by a bullet, I bring you gifts in a sack. Ancient azure pages, purple on silvery hair, words on parchment, created over thousands of years of despair. As if protecting a baby, I run with the Yiddish word, digging in every courtyard that the soul may not be destroyed. I stretch my hands into the bonfire and rejoice, for the essence is saved. I still possess Amsterdam, Worms, Livorno, Madrid, and YIVO. How I grieve to see one sacred page carried off by the smoky wind. Secret poems choke me. They whisper, "Oh, hide us in your labyrinth." I dig and plant manuscripts deep, and my heart is flooded with grief. Then I suddenly think of Egypt and a story of grains of wheat. Once a king built a pyramid high, to the stars I tell my story, by the banks of the river Nile, after death to reign there in glory. Pour into my golden coffin, thus his command was heard, grains of wheat for a memory of this our earthly world. For 9,000 years, the suns in the desert would come and go, till the grains of wheat were discovered in the pyramid not long ago. 9,000 years had passed, but when the grains were sown, sunny ears of wheat blossomed row upon row. Perhaps these words will also live to see the light, and in the destined hour will blossom again, shining bright. And like the ancient grain transformed into wheat once more, these words will also nourish. These words will also belong to the people forevermore. I'll just read the last two stanzas in Yiddish. Efter euch wellen die Wärter der Warten sich wenn auf dem Licht, wellen in Schau in Bescherter zerblieben sich euch Gericht. Und wie der uralter Kern, was hat sich verwandelt in Sang, Wollen die Wärter euch nähren? Wollen die Wärter gehören dem Volk in sein ewigen Gang? Dank.
Sutzkever hat geschaffen ein sehr, sehr, sehr reiches Gesamtwerk von Poesie, welche bezieht sich zu alles. Und ich glaube, für mich ist der Shakespeare von Yiddish.
The sun and the mountains and the grass, everything was talking to him. He looked at the world from a different view. I went to Vilnius and I had the diary of my grandfather. Everything that he had written in the diary, I tried to fill in. אז מה היה הסיפור? רווחים בתוך הפאזל הזה. Because of his will to write only in Yiddish, not so many people know his work. I feel that they missed a great writer. I'm going to be a candle of remembrance. I'm going to bring his story to the Israel audience.
Der Vater hat geschrieben in Ghetto. Ist ein Lied mit einem Wort, was der Wort und die Lied machen in der Musik.
Sutzkever believed that poetry was vital. Why is he not better known?
Hat so viel gegeben der Sprache allein.
אי אפשר להבין, הוא צודק. לשרוד פה, אנחנו לא מדברים על יום-יומיים.
תראו שהיום את הרחוב הזה חוצה כביש מהיר.
מה האמת? מה האמת? איזשהו סימן שאני... לא יודעת, שהוא איתי.
In the midst of World War II, a group of brave ethnomusicologists collected songs from victims and survivors that detailed the war and the Holocaust.
It was not just the work of scholars who collected the material, but also everyday people writing music, literally in the face of death in Yiddish.
Led by Moshe Beregovsky, they found tales of defiance and revenge from refugees and Jewish Red Army soldiers that would go on to defeat the Nazis.
Eastern European Jews, we can't shake the war. No matter how many generations later, we feel it.
Shortly after the war and Stalin's crackdown on Jewish cultural institutions, the researchers were arrested and their collection was confiscated. Many of them died in prison, thinking their work had been lost to history.
More
than half a century later, a group of gifted artists and scholars decided to defeat historical odds and resurrect the music which Stalin and Hitler tried to silence.
I dealt with songs which mostly came to us as just lyrics, and I had to suggest the basic melodical solutions.
These songs tell the stories of my grandparents' journey and my great-grandparents.
За каждым стихотворением стояли жизни. Жизни людей, когда мне читали и рассказывали, и вот переводили эти стихи, просто у меня наворачивались слезы, потому что за всем этим я видел живых людей.
We didn't know that sometimes, before being killed, the last thing that people did was to write a song about this. This material shows that some of the first documents of atrocities against Jews in the Soviet Union were songs written by witnesses, sometimes written by victims who never got to tell their story after because they were killed.
The songs tell the stories of how Jews lived and died during the Second World War. 2.5 million Jews were murdered in the Nazi-occupied parts of the Soviet Union. 1.4 million Jewish refugees survived in the Soviet rear, and 500,000 served in the Red Army.
They made sense of all these experiences through songs in Yiddish.
The songs that Anna presented me were, they were graphic, they were hard, they were with language and descriptions that I would never ever be able to sing in any other project.
Menschen fallen wie die Flingen, nur verhungert und verkehrt. Unser Mucke, unser Zorn, wissen wir die ganze Welt.
I had that sort of, at least historical emotional ability to relate, because I could put myself, at least intellectually, in the position, in the shoes of my grandfather's family. 8 out of 11 perished, and their town was destroyed.
During World War II, Kazakhstan became home to thousands of Jewish refugees who endured a harrowing evacuation to escape the Holocaust.
My grandmother and her sister and their mother had no idea where they were going to end up, what conditions were going to be there. So they ended up taking a succession of trains and somehow ended up in Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan.
It became something during the war that it was never before. It was a meeting place for Polish Jews and for Soviet Jews. And they were the meeting place for former Gulag prisoners, some of the Polish Jews, some Soviet Jewish Gulag prisoners, and people who were evacuated there by the Soviet government or some Jewish refugees. So it became, to use this analogy of American culture, it became the melting pot of Jewish people. And this song, Kazakhstan, talks exactly about that. The message of the song is this: I am in exile everywhere. Nobody wants me. Nobody accepts me. But I come here, I see those mountains, I see these things. I don't know how to make sense of it. All I know is that a Jew is welcome here. On September 29th and 30th, 1941, 33,000 Jews were killed in this ravine near Kiev. Babi Yar song is the song that essentially created that project. This is one of the first songs that I read, and it tells a story about the soldier going back to Kiev and learning that his family, his wife and his only child were killed. Today, there is a consensus that Moisei Beregovsky was one of the most important, if not the most important, ethnomusicologists collecting Jewish music. The recognition of his work came to him much later, many years after his death. His last project, this project that he ran for the Cabinet of the Jewish Culture, the one that he ran during the war, which he didn't think survived, and he didn't think that any of that made it. This project is going to have a huge influence on Holocaust studies, and it's going to have a huge influence on history of World War II on Jewish people. So, like biblical Moses, who never got to see the Promised Land, Moisei Beregovsky never got to see these songs being performed on stage. He never got to see that recognition, that Promised Land, but he spent his life making sure that we do.
Yiddish Glory, The Lost Songs of World War II.
Hello, Shalom Aleichem. My name is Madeleine Cohen. I'm the academic director of the Yiddish Book Center, which is a nonprofit organization based in Amherst, Massachusetts. Our mission is to recover, celebrate, and regenerate Yiddish and modern Jewish literature and culture. As part of my work, I direct our translation initiatives, which support new translation of Yiddish literature into English, as well as the training of literary translators from Yiddish. There is so much exciting work happening in Yiddish literature, the translation of Yiddish literature today. But when thinking about what to share with the Sant Jordi Festival, it was easy to choose. There was an obvious choice. A number of Yiddish translators and researchers have been working in recent years to explore Yiddish literature about the Spanish Civil War. This includes international poetry that was inspired by the anti-fascist struggle in Spain, as well as firsthand accounts by reporters, journalists, and many Jewish volunteers who were in Spain. In the following program, you will hear 3 translators and researchers share short readings of their translations of Yiddish poetry and reportage about the war. Following these readings, we have a short roundtable discussion with all 3 of the translators, moderated by myself, about why Yiddish writers and readers were so engaged in the fight for the Spanish Republic. I hope you'll find their work interesting, and thank you for listening.
My name is Amelia Glazer, and I'm going to share with you a poem by Aaron Kurtz, which I translated from the Yiddish and which was included in the collection Prolet Pen, America's Rebel Yiddish Poets. The poem is called Andalusian Landscape, Andalusier Landschaft. When Aaron Kurtz was a teenager, he left his Lubavitcher Hasidic family in Vitebsk to join the circus. Kurtz was born in 1891, and when he first left his family, he traveled with circus and theater troupes as a hairdresser. By the time he was 20, he arrived in New York, and sometime after that, he joined the Communist Party. Eventually, he became one of the leading proletarian Yiddish writers in the United States. He was the president of the American Proletarian Writers Movement, Prolet Pen. Kurtz was an experimental poet. He wrote poems that brought Jewish prayer together with communist placards. He's also something of an enigma. He remained with the party long after others had left. During the Spanish Civil War, Kurtz wrote a book of poems called No Pasarán, which he filled with poems inspired by postcards and letters he'd received from volunteers serving on the Spanish front. Andalusian Landscape describes the Spanish Civil War in the voice of a painter, and it's labeled From a Painter's Letter. Let me read you just the first stanza in Yiddish to get the language in your ear. Spanje, Schönheit von den Tausend Coloradas, ist die Thema für a blutiger Iliade. Andalusian Landscape, 1938, by Aaron Kurtz. From a Painter's Letter. Spain, splendor of 1,000 Colorados, the theme for a bloody Iliad. Golden wildflowers, blonde infants driven over head upon head. How the young, hot corpses are kissing like condemned lovers who die embraced in love's last instant. A forest of branches hangs like desperate hands, an army of arms shot away. A forest of burning branches that sway above the day, strewn alongside death across hot fields, breathing the last heavy pulse of leaking life. The sun stands over the field and watches how fast the dead will be gathered. The sun stops at every battlefield and graveyard. If the sun warms lovers' hearts on boulevards, in orchards, then it's here, the blazing, guiding eye from hell. Faster, faster, empty the field, make room for the next. A contemporary painter in Spain doesn't care to depict the past. Antiques are no longer a theme, and temples shot to ash is obsession with old times. The theme is death on the mountains, death in the valleys, burning bridges that heaven's fires consume and life struggle in field hospitals. Abandon, this is death. Caution, this is life. You exist between these two. You know what to take and whom to give what. I see one image now, always before me, on every new canvas. My redemption will depend on this image in smoke-filled studios and on the other side of life. Poor aesthetes sleep until late in the day, and slowly, slowly, heads come up over the mounds. Brigades will jump hastily from trenches. The smelly earth opens 1,000 new graves a night, and the sun comes every day to everyone's funeral.
Hi, I'm Annie, or Annabelle Cohen. I'm a PhD student in modern Jewish history at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, and I am a researcher of Jewish volunteers in the international brigades in the Spanish Civil War. I'm going to read a shortened version of my translation of an article written by Jewish activist and journalist Gina Medem. Originally from Tomaszów in Poland, in her youth, Gina became active in the Jewish Labour Bund, where she met her far more famous, typically, husband, the Bundist leader Vladimir Medem. And in 1921, the couple moved to New York, and sometime after Vladimir Medem's death, in 1923, Gina left the Bund and became active in the communist movement and the party, where by the 1930s she had become a leading propagandist, writing for several communist publications and traveling and giving lectures all over the world. From 1937 to 1939, she was in Spain, reporting for the English magazine New Masses and the Yiddish Morgenfreiheit, both communist publications. She was also employed by the propaganda department of the International Brigades to write propaganda about the Jewish fighters and the Jewish Botwin Company, founded in December 1937. And this is an excerpt from an article she wrote about her experience of presenting broadcasts in Yiddish on the multilingual Republican radio and her meeting with a Jewish Ladino-speaking volunteer. The article appears in Gina Medem's book of collected writings, Länder, Völker, Kämpfen, Countries, Peoples, Struggles. Yiddish on the Spanish radio. Yiddish über der Radio von Spanien. Late at night, Radio Madrid spoke to the world in all the languages of the world, including the languages of the Far and Near East. And for the first time in the history of Spain, the mic was passed to Yiddish, spoken by the author of these lines. With a quiver in my heart, with a feeling that I was touching, really physically touching, several million Jews over the whole world, on the 24th of July, 1937, I spoke for the first time to the Yiddish listener. I spoke from the Spanish capital, 450 years after the Inquisition, 20 minutes away from Franco's bunker. I spoke in the country of Rambam and of the Jewish martyr de Silva, a Sephardic court official of that epoch, on whose behalf even the Queen interceded, wanting to save him from the talons of the Inquisition. The cardinals, however, insisted that he must convert. Silva refused and perished at the stake, with Shema Yisrael on his lips. His tragic death, his stoicism and martyrdom inspired a great artist to write the Kol Nidre. The Madrid radio station was in a deep stone cellar, some 20 feet underground. With bated breath, I, like every other presenter, announced in Spanish, Aquí Radio Estación Madrid, República Española. This is Radio Station Madrid, Spanish Republic, and in Yiddish, Das ist die Radiostantia von der Republik von Volksspanien. Speaking to you is the reporter from the American Yiddish newspaper Morgen Freiheit. And then I would announce the subject of my talk. I also spoke about the 28,000 Jewish immigrants who came to Spain in the first years after the victory of the Republic and the Popular Front. They came from fascist countries like Nazi Germany, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, and Hungary. Here they were able to settle and gradually find their way, breathing a sigh of relief in the freedom of what was once the Sephardic fatherland. But who was the initiator of this Yiddish contribution to the free Spanish radio in this land of people's democracy? Captain José M. Estrugo, a Sephardic Jew born in Turkey. Having completed university in Berkeley, California, he returned to his ancient Sephardic homeland, and at the outbreak of the Civil War, volunteered his services to the Republic. He was soon made an adjutant and aide to General Miaja, commander-in-chief of the Spanish loyalist armies. I was received at General Miaja's residence, where I was introduced to Captain José M. Estrugo. I told him about my work as a Yiddish journalist. Then began a fascinating exchange of ideas and experiences about the problems facing our two worlds. The Sephardic, represented by him, and the Ashkenazic world with which I am familiar. And his world really was a world apart from mine. He was born in Smyrna, Turkey. We spoke his native language, Spanish, and then in English. There he sat, dressed in a People's Army captain's uniform, the aide to the highest military power in the Republic, to General Miaja, the patriot, anti-fascist and defender of 16 million Spanish lives. He defended them with the help of the loyal sections of the population and with a handful of the best examples of humanity gathered from around the anti-fascist world, the international brigades, sons of 28 peoples, including the Jewish people. In front of me sat an anti-fascist, a humanist, with a diploma from the University of California, Berkeley, the author of a book, El Retorno a Sefarad, The Return to the Sephardic Homeland, published in Madrid in 1933. His conversation with me, Captain Estrugo, often used the phrase mi vieja patria, my old fatherland. He saw this legendary country, Spain, as the spiritual Zion of Sephardic Jewry. His eyes shined with that twinkle that comes from the depth of the human heart when it beats with the fulfillment of one's highest aspirations and ideals. In free America, on the shores of the Pacific, he had encountered the great transformative figures of American liberation history, beginning with the battles against the colonial government and the constitutional laws engraved in the struggle. Captain Estrugo spoke now in the catacombs of the Madrid radio to a Yiddish journalist from America about the fighting taking place 20 minutes from the city center, where Spaniards and Jews, Poles and Americans, Bulgarians and Englishmen were fighting for a free sun over free Madrid's Prado. About how the bakers in Cuatro Caminos, a working-class suburb near the front, worked throughout the night to provide the hospitals with a bit of white bread, a luxury in 1937 in the surrounded city. He felt himself at home now. All the glorious traditions of Spanish Jewry, both in the lands of exile and in Spain itself, had now united in the passionate battle for the people's liberation against Franco. The name Estrugo means star, a symbol, a light and a hope in those days and nights of 1937, when Spain was Hitler and Mussolini's bloody testing ground, and where the heart of the world, its best and bravest sons and daughters, fought together with the grandchildren of Yehuda Halevi and Rambam, for the vieja patria, for the bygone fatherland of José Estrugo, the patriot and Jew, the adjutant to General Miaja.
Hi, my name is Deborah Green, and I am a retired litigator and a Yiddishist, and the translator of the Yiddish version of Volume 1 of S.L. Schneiderman's Krieg in Spanien, Spain's War. Context is all important for today's readers to understand how the lessons of the Spanish Civil War apply to today's world events. In 1936, as now, authoritarian governments were spreading like a virus throughout the world. And although sometimes the past remains in the past, sometimes it becomes prologue. Shmuel Leib Schneiderman was from Poland, but was living in Paris when the Spanish Civil War began. He had offended Poland's right-wing government by writing the truth about its activities, which were increasingly emulating those of its Nazi neighbor. Schneiderman believed it was safer for him to emigrate to France, as had tens of thousands of other Poles at the time. He arrived in Spain in September of 1936, shortly after the Civil War had started, and was the youngest foreign correspondent to write for the world's Yiddish language press. While there, he traveled everywhere that wasn't in fascist hands. Unlike many of his colleagues, Schneiderman kept his politics out of his reporting. He was not so much interested in the reasons for the war as he was interested in how the war affected the civilian population. Schneiderman split his reportage into 2 volumes, Krieg in Spanien 1 and 2. I have translated volume 1 as Journey Through the Spanish Civil War. It contains articles curated by Schneiderman describing life in the beleaguered frontline Spanish cities and towns. Either Polish government censors or the Nazis destroyed volume 2, which described the activities of the international brigades, a topic of great interest to his readership. Both books featured David Shim Seymour's photography, one of the most famous Spanish Civil War photojournalists of the time. His photographs will also appear in Journey. Schneiderman's Yiddish was terse, not laden with flowery platitudes about the coming of a communist utopia. He protected his sources, omitting their surnames or referring to them by pseudonym or initials. The Russian purges and show trials had already started in Moscow, and Schneiderman knew he was being watched. A Russian bullet to the head in the middle of the night was not unheard of. Schneiderman's articles describe the day-to-day struggles of the people. By the time the war was officially over, 500,000 Spaniards would be dead, a legitimate government would be overthrown, and the world's democracies would have proved to the fascists they could do as they pleased. There would be no consequences. Schneiderman's anger and disillusionment with these appeasement strategies became increasingly apparent in the chronology of his articles. Journey, of which the following article is a part, was initially meant to be a translation of Yiddish reportage about a war that occurred 85 years ago. But as I prepared these remarks, Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, has launched an unprovoked attack on Ukraine, bombing hospitals, nurseries, and maternity wards. Thousands of Ukrainian civilians who had been going about their lives just a few weeks ago are now dead. Millions of them now wander Europe as refugees. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children will be forever traumatized. And Putin has given us every sign that these numbers will only continue to increase before Russia has its fill. NATO fears getting involved in the fight for Ukraine, much as the democracies feared getting involved in the fight for Spain in 1936. Like his fascist predecessors, Putin will keep invading other nations until he is stopped. The question NATO fears most is whether Putin will use nuclear weapons if confronted. But NATO's refusal to challenge him only empowers him, just as the democratic country's fear of getting involved in the 1936 Spanish War empowered Hitler and Mussolini. And as in Spain, it's the people who are suffering. Article 24 of Journey, when will this end? They left their homes and olive trees in Galicia, their orange groves in Levant, their hilly pastures in Extremadura. They left all parts of Spain, trying to outrun General Franco's Moroccan and Italian troops. Valencia teemed with refugees. Thousands more were making their way to Barcelona. But for the war, most of these homeless people would have happily gone through life never having seen a locomotive. The borough would have been their only method of transportation, and Barcelona, that wealthy, festive city, would have remained a fantasy. But now they sat at long tables in the hallways of a vast sports stadium, eating rice and meat. Untouched forks lay at the side of their metal plates. These Galician and Asturian peasants didn't have the strength to serve themselves with such ornate instruments. They used their knives to peck at the fatty meat. Women without men, children without fathers, each was focused on their own tragedy, their own pain. The children are noisy. They bang spoons on the table while their mothers, faces prematurely wrinkled, sit quietly. The few men here are all old and gray, stubble growing on their narrow, sunken cheeks, their bony skulls covered by tall, black, dust-covered hats. They are the Galician peasants, the homeless who came by foot for hundreds of kilometers to escape the fascists. They are illiterate. Politics are unknown to them, but they have learned two words from the political lexicon: fascism and republic. They know that fascism murdered their sons, their fathers, and their husbands, and they know the republic rescued them and brought them here to shelter under the roof of the sports palace. The republic has transformed these 3,000 unfortunate souls into a single family. The guns bark loud and often, their sound echoing throughout the empty salons of the stadium, but the stadium's denizens don't flinch. They grew used to the sound of bullets a long time ago. They are, after all, refugees from Irún, Toledo, Badajoz, and Malaga, and the sounds of war hold no more surprises for them. Over 200,000 homeless people fill Barcelona, but the greatest collection point is in the now overflowing sports palace. The first refugees came from Irún. The latest transport brought refugees from Malaga. Signs of exhaustion and terror still visible on their faces. Barcelona families have adopted children whose mothers died en route. Women come to the stadium on Sundays, bringing toys for the children and packages for the adults. These same women often leave hand in hand with a bereft child. 3,000 beds line the corridors, the gymnasium, and the galleries of the sports arena. Some beds are covered with military gray blankets, others with silk sheets, confiscated from some luxurious bedroom or another. Among the beds, on piles of valises, young women sit and write letters to their men who are fighting on the front lines. The children play nearby with dolls and toy airplanes, while outside, peasants sit in small groups on the steps near a man they call el literate, the person who reads the newspaper to them. The Germans, the Italians, the traitorous Francoistas, the peasants repeat the reader's words through narrowed lips. They look down at noisy Barcelona, lying beneath them in the valley, and ask themselves repeatedly, when will this finally end? The food is better here. They sleep on finer beds than they did at home, but they are drawn to the sheep, the flock, and the plow. This noisy city is unfamiliar to them. I walk among them, but the people are reticent. Their experience is still too fresh and too raw. When I ask the women about the events that brought them here, they burst into tears and hide their faces in their hands. The men respond in short, clipped sentences. A 60-year-old peasant who buried his wife and grandchild on a field near Manda told me what happened to his village of 800 souls. They fled in the middle of the night, but at dawn, a fascist plane found them in an open field. The plane dropped low, just above their heads, and machine gunned them for a half an hour. Of the 800 villagers, only 60 people survived. 100 were killed immediately. The wounded bled out over the course of the day. No help came. It wasn't until evening that a Republican truck arrived and picked up the survivors. The death toll was highest among the children who were riding on the little burros when they were attacked. A literate dropped the newspaper. What more could be said? I echoed the words of these homeless peasants. When will this finally end? When? But this war was just beginning.
Thank you all so much for sharing your work, your translation, your research with us. And I'm really interested to learn more about what drew each of you to explore Yiddish literature about the Spanish Civil War and to think about why these pieces are meaningful to encounter as readers today. So Amelia Glazer, I wanted to start by asking you, your recent book, Songs in Dark Times, explores Yiddish poetry by leftists, specifically communists and fellow traveler poets. And you're looking at poetry that sought to engage with the struggles of other oppressed groups around the world, including the fight to defend the Spanish Republic from Franco and a military coup. So could you tell us briefly, introduce for us why Yiddish writers and presumably their readers wanted to engage with the Spanish Civil War, and what are some of the major themes that you found in that poetry?
Yeah, I mean, the Spanish Civil War was a really important moment on the left. The poets that I write about in the book are internationalists. They're not all card-carrying party members, but many of them are. Some of them are in the United States, some of them are in the Soviet Union, some are elsewhere. The chapter that I wrote about the Spanish Civil War includes one poet in the US, Aaron Kurtz, whose poem I read for you, Peretz Markish, who was a Soviet Yiddish writer, and then Jacobo Glantz, who was in Mexico. All of them were born in Eastern Europe, but Jacobo Glantz was actually a dentist, had made his way to Mexico, and the Mexican government was much more supportive of the cause, of the Republican cause in Spain than the United States government was, or most. So they all came from very different political situations, and their readers did too. For the far left, rallying behind the Spanish Civil War was a way of fighting Hitler at the beginning. Hitler was on the ascent, and in some sense, this was a very intimate pain for Jews in Eastern Europe who saw the Spanish Civil War as not just about Spaniards, but also to some extent about Jews. In fact, Jacobo Glantz writes very movingly about the Inquisition. It's really kind of, all of them do. It's this kind of continuation of terrible things that had happened in Spain to people, including to Jews. And the Spanish Civil War was, of course, an internationalist cause. So the writers that I'm interested in were, they were Jews, but they were kind of redefining the meaning of being us. This is something that I talk about extensively in the book, that this moment of internationalism was about redefining an us versus them. And the us was not us Jews, it was us internationalists, us workers of the world, us who have been oppressed. And the fight in Spain was felt by many people. And of course, as we all know, Spain was a unifying moment. People who were not Communist Party members, but were on the left, joined the party members in the Popular Front to write things on behalf of Spain. So it was a moment of coalition building.
Thank you. Deborah Green, you've been working, I think, for several years now to identify this kind of broad body of Yiddish writing about the Spanish Civil War, including reportage from the press and historical and firsthand accounts. And then you've been working to translate these works, including selections and the complete book by Schneiderman that you read us an excerpt from. So could you just tell us a bit about what drew you to this project? Why did you feel that it was important to identify and then to translate this literature for English readers?
This is all my husband's fault. I'm just going to blame him. What happened was I was practicing attorney. I had my own practice, but Yiddish is my first language. And I read it, I write it, and people would find out about that. And they would say, oh, can you translate this for me? Can you translate that for me? And I would say, I would love to, however, I can't have a time limit because, if I have to go to court, it takes precedence. So basically, I was doing a lot of translating of Yizker books, letters written at the time from Europe to the United States. And you know how like sometimes something is just sitting right in front of your face and you don't see it, you know, like the milk in the refrigerator, you just don't see it. So I'm translating parts of the Yisker book, and all of a sudden it dawned on me, why is this guy talking about Moshe knew how to fire a gun because he'd been in Madrid, or Schleiman knew how to blow up a bridge because he'd been in Barcelona? And I said to myself, well, last time I checked, Jews were exiled in 1492. So what are these Jews doing there? And I have been involved with Yiddish history, Jewish history, et cetera, since I was 5, maybe 4, maybe earlier. It was the topic of conversation in my parents' house. Plus, what I find surprising about this, my mother, unfortunately, is no longer with me, but she was a very active communist in Poland prior to the war. In fact, she did time in Poland for communist agitation. She never mentioned anything about Spain. So I said to myself, well, this is interesting. And I had just retired and said, I'm going to check out some books about Spain. And I go to my library and I'm looking up Jews in Spain. And there is absolutely nothing. And now I'm getting annoyed. So I go to I'm very fortunate, FAU library is near where I live. So I went over there and I'm looking for these books, and they had tons of them. Nothing mentions Jews. So at this point, I'm getting really antsy because I know what I read in these partisan books, in the Yisker books. So I call Evo. I figured, all right, this is my last shot. If they don't have it, nobody's got it. And I speak to a gentleman at Evo, whose name right now is escaping me. And he says to me, oh, I've been waiting for you since 1939. And I said, really? And he said, oh yeah, we have boxes and boxes and boxes of stuff. So I got on a plane and I went to New York and started going through the boxes and boxes and boxes of stuff, taking scans, you know, finding the books, going back to the Yiddish Book Center, downloading the books. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, oh my God, 25% of the international brigades were Jewish. Who knew? Apparently nobody knows, because I asked. I started asking people. Most of them don't even know what the Spanish Civil War is about. They think it's a Spanish-American war. But of course, that's here in the United States. I'm not talking about other places. So I figured, let me sit down and start translating this stuff for myself and taking notes and you know, just write a book about this particular thing. And then my husband says to me, you can't do that. You actually have to sit down and translate each book and each newspaper, because the Jewish unit in the International Brigades had their own newspaper, which I'm sure you know, Annabelle, called the Batvin. And so I'm translating all this stuff and I need to stop. And he says, you can't, it's primary source material. You must finish this. So that's what I've been doing for the last 7 years of my life. And in the interim, I translated Mr. Steinerman's book, and desperate to find volume 2 if anybody should happen to have one. Also, by the way, if anybody has volume 2 of Tielsky's book, I'd really appreciate knowing about it. Same situation. Tielsky went, the Spanish Civil War. He saves the stuff I'm really interested in the International Brigades for the second volume, which disappears when he's deported. So, you know, I've been asking around all over the world and like nobody seems to know anything. But there I am translating all this stuff, getting all this information from the letters, from the books, from the newspapers, got online with the Forward and all these other places looking up the stuff. And I decided, okay, I'm going to translate those books. While I'm doing that, I'm also going to be writing my book, which was supposed to be only about the Jews in the International Brigades during the Spanish Civil War, but has morphed into something far larger. So it basically begins pre-Spanish Civil War, what's going on in France, the United States, Poland, et cetera, et cetera. We then move to Spain, We then lose in Spain, and we wind up in internment camps in France. We then get deported, a number of us, to Auschwitz. And these are all guys who are in this Botwin company, okay, because that's really what I'm focusing on. In the middle of the whole thing, I fall madly in love with Carl Gutman, who was the first commander of this group, and unfortunately was killed in Spain. And then the war ends, thank God. And then I'm back in Poland with what happens with these Botwin men who had been considered heroes, who'd had statues erected for them, poems, plays, all this kind of stuff. And then Israel has the temerity to actually win the 67 war. And Gomulka in Poland goes nuts, and he erases all these Jewish guys from the history books, tears down the statues, gets rid of all references to them, refuses to pay them their pensions. A lot of them just pick up and leave, and they go to Israel. And I finish it up with articles that Schneiderman wrote for the Forward in the 70s, which I find fascinating because it ties up the loose ends from the book. And that's how I got started with this.
Right. From one kind of historical question, it sounds like you're following a much longer story that moves us through so many important points in
I think I'm going to be doing
Jewish history.
Yeah.
So, Annabelle, you're just completing a master's thesis that's looking at Jewish volunteers in the Spanish Civil War. And the excerpt that you read from Gina Medem's writing for the press, I understand that the Yiddish press is an important resource for you and source of material. So could you tell us a bit more about what are the questions that you're looking to explore about Jewish volunteers in the war? And then how are these Yiddish language press sources important to your research?
And firstly, Deborah, I can't believe we've never met before. So I feel like the same thing happened to me when I first started researching the Spanish Civil War during my undergraduate degree in London, because I'd become very interested in the trauma and this kind of pervasive trauma after World War I. And I went to the university where George Orwell's archives happened to be. So I was going to look at those, and I was just very taken up by his descriptions and the kind of descriptions of the landscape of Spain, like in the poem that Amelia read. And then I found out I just kept coming across Jewish volunteers. I think, and I started learning Yiddish, and Yiddish is in my family, but I started learning Yiddish to study the Jewish volunteers in Spain. And by the way, just to help you, it may or may not be a help, but a lot of T. Elsky's book is actually reprints of articles he wrote in the Neue Presse.
Yeah, it's pretty much what Schneiderman did. Yeah, it's curated.
That second volume may be there in the press. But anyway, so I've actually, my master's thesis has ended up being a lot more complex because studying this, I was looking at this Jewish militia group. They weren't actually an entirely Jewish militia group. And this is one of the things that's become so interesting and so complicated, because I think I wanted to tell this Jewish story of like Jews fighting back against Hitler, a world before the Holocaust had happened, when people couldn't imagine, and when there was still this hope of revolution in Spain, of a different kind of world, a different society, but also that Hitler and Mussolini would be defeated in Spain, and that would be it. And it's still that story, but the story I've ended up looking at is also about Jews who worked for Stalin, Jewish agents who were in Barcelona before the war, and it's much more complicated. Yes. Some of them are also implicated in terror. Mm-hmm. So the Yiddish press is kind of where I started, and I ended up in the Secret Service files in London. So it was really such a pleasure to be able to read this article, which is just so exciting to me because of what it says about Yiddish, about this, I think something that hasn't that something that is forgotten, because so many of the people who fought in Spain were communists, and the communists in Spain were implicated in acts of terror against the anti-Stalinist parts of the Spanish left. And the purges have started in Moscow, and the Cold War starts after World War II. And, so Yiddish communists, I think, have been very forgotten. Like Kina Medem was a superstar during the 1930s. She traveled all over the world giving talks, and her name, is pretty much forgotten. And another thing that's forgotten is this, or to some extent, is the kind of Yiddish project of Jewish communists. They were, as Amelia was saying, it's this redefining of who are we and who are they, and this Yiddish journalists or Yiddish communists journalists in Spain are always very careful to say, we're not saying that Yiddish culture is better than any other culture, but it was very exciting for them that Yiddish was included in the international brigades. When the Botwin Company was created and there was a Yiddish speaking company with a Yiddish newspaper and a Yiddish song, this was very exciting in this like international, this kind of moment of when it seemed like the internationalist ideal of communism was being realized. This celebration of all these different national cultures within this great demonstration of international solidarity, rather than everything being subsumed by Bolshevism. Because I've ended up mostly studying Jewish communists, and I'm studying them in all their problematic, complicated facets, so I'm studying Jews who present themselves as Jewish workers in the Yiddish communist press and as German communists in their private letters. It's complex, but sometimes it's just great to be able to read a very well written piece of propaganda about Yiddish. Mm-hmm. I love Yiddish. This is so exciting that Yiddish was broadcast on the radio in Spain and was recognized, that Jewish culture, Yiddish culture, I should say, was recognized among all these different cultures. And I think there is, I've been studying the Morgenfreiheit recently with David Katz in a workers' circle class, and they really care about Yiddish and Yiddish culture. That this was also a project that really disappeared. The first Yiddish writers are being murdered in the Soviet Union already, and this, but I feel like the Spanish Civil War was also a very important last hurrah, as we say in British English, for the project of Yiddish communist national culture. And it's not what I've ended up focusing on as much in my master's, maybe in my PhD, but it's just very exciting to be here and get to read an article that, even though I know, maybe these are propaganda points, I still read it and I want to applaud. And
I wanted to ask one kind of final question for you, Amelia, which is thinking about, why we turn to literature and why we turn to poetry to explore history and to explore political history, especially. And I think people who are familiar with Yiddish will know that there is this strong tradition of politically engaged literature, and especially poetry, as a form of political participation. So I'm wondering how you think about that, Amelia, in the poetry that you've looked at. And do you think that reading this kind of poetry can still have a political impact for us today?
I reread some of these poems about Spain to choose one for you, and I was struck. I've spent the last 2 years working on a new project about contemporary poetry in Ukraine. And I've spent the last month quickly editing some of these translations to publish them. And I was struck by the similarities. It wasn't by accident that I moved from the 1930s in Yiddish poetry to the 2020s in Ukrainian, because I saw some similarities already before the war. But it's very affecting. Poetry is it's a quick genre. It's a genre that is can be ideological if one wants for it to be. And it's a genre that was very appealing for ephemeral publications to use and to include. Annabelle mentioned the Freiheit. The Freiheit usually it was page 5. It had a literary page that would usually somehow match the headlines of the day. There would be a poem featured every day in the Freiheit. There was the, Prolet Pen was kind of the official Freiheit movement of poets that, would publish there in the 1930s. And then there would be a political cartoon, and all of this would kind of go together. So poems were a way of encapsulating the spirit of the moment, sometimes from a partisan angle, sometimes from merely a very emotional angle. And the thing that I was starting to talk about a little bit earlier is that with the beginning of the Spanish Civil War, even a little bit before the beginning of the Spanish Civil War, you had the Popular Front. And this was this moment in poetry in general, not just poetry, in literature in general, where you would have non-communist, people that were considered social fascists under the third period of the Communist International suddenly were welcomed back to collaborate in certain forms with the party because it was so important to defeat the rise of fascism. And so people, kind of came back towards the party with the, beginning of the rise of Hitler. And this especially accelerated with the Spanish Civil War, because it was a moment when we needed all hands on, right? But the world needed all hands on deck. And so the Spanish Civil War was this mobilizing force, people like Orwell were, part of the cause. People like Auden were part of the cause, even though he later sort of pushed that away. And of course, the Yiddish writers who were, if you were a right-wing Yiddish poet, you were a socialist rather than a communist. Everybody was on deck with the Spanish Civil War. This was not controversial in the way that other international events had been, like things that had taken place in Palestine in the years preceding that. So I think, I think poetry was very powerful. You had leaflets that were being, distributed in Spain that included not only slogans to help people to join the cause, but also sometimes poems. Langston Hughes traveled to Spain. You had Muriel Rukeyser, who was in Spain for it was like the left-wing Olympics, right, on the eve of the war. And she wrote these very powerful poems about the Spanish Civil War on her way back. So really, if you were a left-wing writer, the Spanish Civil War was an important moment for you. Everybody was suddenly writing about it. And I think the poems are still affecting. They're poems of abandoning one's immediate affiliations for an internationalist cause. And it makes a very strong case for internationalism.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for sharing these different pieces of your work that hopefully introduce to people, some of the kind of richness and depth, right, that we can find when we turn to lesser known languages, right, or languages of cultures that we may not immediately associate with a historical question or a cultural question, but that can kind of enrich and broaden the way that we approach different topics. So hopefully people viewing this have gotten a sense of some of what Yiddish literature and Yiddish historical study can add to our understanding of different historical topics. So thank you all very much.
Welcome, and welcome to our conversation and bilingual reading with Algerian poet Samira Negrouche. I'm Nancy Naomi Carlson, calling in from Maryland, and with me is Samira, who is calling in from Algeria, and we've got a little bit of an internet lag, but we can hear her voice loud and clear, and hopefully this will work out with our back and forth. We're so grateful to Marianne Newman for including us in this year's festival. And very grateful to you, the audience, for tuning in with us. We'll start with intros and then a brief conversation about Tras, Samira's beautiful book that I've been translating and that Seagull will be publishing probably in 2023. And then we will be talking about the book, how that came to be, and a little bit about the translation, all in about 10 minutes. And then we'll get to the reading, the bilingual reading. So here we go with bios. Samira Negrouche was born in Algiers, where she continues to live and work. Author of 7 poetry collections and several artist books, she is a poet and translator, as well as a doctor, who has decided to pursue her literary projects over the practice of medicine. Involved in various multidisciplinary projects, she frequently collaborates with visual artists, choreographers, and musicians, and translators as well. Nancy Naomi Carlson is a translator and poet and has authored 12 titles, 8 translated. An Infusion of Violets, published by Seagull Books in 2019, was named New and Noteworthy by the New York Times. A recipient of 2 translation grants from the Aniyah, she was decorated by the French government with a French academic palms and serves as the translations editor for On the Seawall. So Samira, this is our first time that we're actually seeing each other and meeting one another, and it is truly a privilege. I wanted to ask you about contextualizing Tras, what inspired you to write it? I know it's a collaboration with a choreographer, with Fatou Cissé, and how did that work? And if you could talk a little bit about that, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm very happy to finally meet you in person, if screen is in person. And thanks for this invitation and for the Sant Jordi Festival for having us together. So Fatou Cissé is a choreographer and a performer from Senegal. She lives and works in Dakar. And we have been both invited, I think, in October 2018 to try to collaborate, to create something between words and choreography or performance. So we have been first invited at La Chartreuse, Villeneuve-les-Avignon, for a 2 weeks residencies, where we started to, let's say, explore what we could do together with existing text and existing work of hers and mine. And then slowly it moved to a dialogue, searching like the subjects that were interesting for us, oral cultures, traces that we can't find in oral culture, like buildings and physical traces, like we could find in European cultures. We were also interested by the dialogue north and south inside the continent of Africa between blackness and whiteness in this continent, and many other subjects that usually we don't discuss, but we were, I think, enough in confidence one with the other to go through all what was said and unsaid between us and our different countries, different cultures. You have to understand that for Fatou, who is in Senegal, Algeria is like for an European, a country that had to face terrorism. So she said, Samira, for me, when I hear the world or the name of your country, it's like I'm terrified that it's the symbol of where terrorism started to be a reality for us. Things like that and many other things related to Algerian war, related to slavery in the continent and outside the continent. Also questions that are related to us in the South, how we create our art and how North works and us working in the North. So it's maybe, you can't find it in the text because we both of us tried to write poetry and to create choreography, but all of this was in the start. Like we had a deep dialogue and then we entered let's say, free of everything in experimenting words and experimenting movements. So the text Trust has been written all along this process from the fall of 2018, and it has been finalized in November 2019. So all along this year, it was a year of dialogue, but also of research. And then I wanted this text to be written for Fatou, but also to stand as a text of poetry itself. That's why it is a book, and it is also a performance, that I think they are two very different things. The poetry, I hope, works as a poetry, and the performance is something different. And every time we had the possibility to perform it, we did it in a different way, in different places with different scenographies. So that's it. And Trust came from all this process of dialogue and thinking and experimenting the art.
And trust is so important with translation as well as collaborating. And I wonder, we're going to read 4 or 5 sections of Trust, but with that first section that you did, or maybe it wasn't section by section, what did that process look like? How did the words and how did the movements come into being?
Yeah, the thing is that before we had this, because we had this first residency in France, in La Chartreuse, we could see how we could translate, if you can say, and thank you for the word trust, because I used the word confidence. That is because in French, confiance is close to confidence, so sometimes we can make these mistakes. So we try to translate my words, other texts written before, into movements. And Fatou did something very interesting, that she said, okay, now that you see how I work to translate your words, you will do it yourself. Try to translate in movements what you just was reading in poetry. And we really entered another way of being together, so that when I started writing, I was actually thinking about the movement, and I was actually thinking about the possibility of creating choreography. And Fatou was enough generous to say that I became now a choreographer, because I wrote something that she could translate and that we could translate together. So the chapters or the parts in this book are also scenes, and it moves from scene to scene, from color to color, from rhythm to rhythm, and it is something that was also important to for the performance, to find, let's say, landmarks. And from these landmarks, we were absolutely free from a scene to another to do whatever Fatou wanted us to do.
Fascinating to hear about that process, and I think we could talk for an hour about that alone. And you're right about the confiance, but I think when you trust, you have confidence in the other and their abilities, and you have confidence in where they're coming from, and that they want to do honor to your work, and vice versa. So I think it's a wonderful word that takes in all of that. And for me, a question of how I was led to your work. I had an invitation from Patrick Williamson, who is a professor at the Sorbonne and does wonderful anthologies of writers from North Africa and the Arab world. And he invited me to translate 3 women. And you were among them, and the other 2 are wonderful poets as well. And I was thrilled, because I always thought that the three of you had your translators that belonged to you, and that I would not tread on their territory. And I've since spoken with Marilyn Hacker, who has translated one of your award-winning books, and of course, the more the merrier. Just let's get Samira's work out there. And so then we started working on that one section for this UK supplement, The High Window, and that'll be coming out in June. But then I loved your work, and I loved working with you, and then we got to talking, and here we are with translating two of your books, Trace and K, which will come out combined. But for me, translating it, what I loved was the musicality. So perhaps that comes from the movement. I'm not a dancer, I'm not a choreographer, but I can hear that movement in the words, the repetition of the words and the sounds and the sound patterns. And I used my method of sound mapping. I don't know if I can do this without us losing the whole, here, I'm going to try and share my screen. See how that works. Share, yes. And this is just a simple sound mapping from the last section that we're going to read. But what I do is I use colors to get the dans and the entre, and appearing in the same line. That's important because of the repetition. I can't replicate it completely because en does not exist in English, but I can try to get a rich pattern, and the nous and the beaucoup, and you've got the i, the qui, and then the yellow of the pensée négligée. So I use that for all of what I'm translating from you to help me keep in mind the richness of the sounds, and to make sure that in the translation I try to bring that in. And I let me see, stop sharing. There we go. And we're back. So that's just a little hint, and maybe our listeners will be able to hear some of these sounds that make it through to the English version. So let's just begin, and we'll see how it goes here with how much we can squeeze in. And let's start with what we call number 4. So there are 11 sections here, and they're titled by their number. And this is our number 4. Ready?
Ready. So first in English.
First in English and then in Français. Sea roots dissolve in the waves. Your pulse knows them by heart. Sea roots leave imprints in salt. Your muscles know them by heart. Every unknown footstep of every one of your ancestors sinks even deeper into your body. The tide will return. The tide will float the footprints again, myriad footprints on the motionless surface. Footprints on threads, on lines, on voices, on the water's surface. The motionless imprint breathes within. Your motionless eyes breathe within. Your motionless body opens the sails within. I'm not trying to climb a wall, especially not if it's inert. I'm not trying to climb the sea. I don't want to remember that the sea is a wall. I'm not trying to cross the sea. I don't want to remember that the sea doesn't want me to cross it. I watch the world move in my thorax. Boats by the dozens make semicircles, break the lines, intersect routes, zigzag on the surface that seems motionless to me. And unaware, kissing the sand, entering the shore's body by a clear-cut hollow, a sound, a word with no possible translation, an escaped language, a language that flows through the fingers. I want to enter the earth through the water and the water through the water's imprint.
Les routes marines se dissolvent dans les vagues. Ton pouls les connaît par cœur. Les routes marines s'impriment dans le sel, tes muscles les connaissent par cœur. Chaque pas ignoré de chacun de tes ancêtres s'inscrit encore plus loin dans ton corps. La marée reviendra, la marée fera flotter les pas, à nouveau des myriades de pas sur la surface immobile, des pas, sur des fils, sur des lignes, sur des voies, à la surface de l'eau. L'empreinte immobile souffle dedans. Tes yeux immobiles soufflent dedans. Ton corps immobile ouvre les voiles dedans. Je ne cherche pas à escalader un mur, surtout pas s'il est inerte. Je ne cherche pas à escalader la mer, je ne veux pas me rappeler que la mer est un mur. Je ne cherche pas à traverser la mer, je ne veux pas me rappeler que la mer ne veut pas que je la traverse. Je regarde le monde bouger dans mon thorax, les barques par dizaines faire des arcs de cercle, briser les lignes, se couper la route, zigzaguer sur la surface qui me semble immobile, et sans y prendre garde, embrasser le sable, entrer dans le corps du rivage par un creusement net, un son, une parole sans traduction possible, une langue échappée, une langue qui ruisselle à travers les doigts. Je veux entrer dans la terre par l'eau et dans l'eau par l'empreinte de l'eau.
And you hear with that sound mapping, not only the assonances that I heard, but the alliterations. And there's a wordplay with mur and mer. And so it's difficult to get all that into the English translation. But
I found the rhythm of your reading really beautiful. You did a very beautiful translation. Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, you're welcome, Samira. Maybe I should go into choreography as well now and add that your example.
Who knows? Every collaboration feeds the new collaboration. I'm sure of that.
Wise words. Number 5. The town is a tongue the sea takes by storm. The town is an overburdened tongue at the story's border, at the border of the border. The town overflows, its tongue is swollen. You position yourself at its tip, at the place where restless verbs turn up. The tip against the sea swells up. The sea against the tip chills your pulse. The pulse of the swelling tongue. The sea against the tip of your tongue calls out. The tongue against the sea unburdens itself. My body sways on the southern axis. It loses the north. It sways. Vertigo lies in wait. Dust lies in wait. Car horns lie in wait. Wheels in all sizes lie in wait for me, and the gutters. The gutter lies in wait for me. My body sways, evades, head wedged under the barely unbearable weight. I bend just enough to avoid erasure, no erasure of my curve. I don't waddle. I cut a fine figure. I sway just enough to avoid the wheel, the small wheel, the large wheel, and the gutter that lies in wait for me, that still lies in wait for me. It's my preference. Oh, on the southern tip, on the southern axis, vertigo skims past. I will not reach the tip. I will not unburden myself anytime soon. My hands sway neither left nor right. Their movement is more complex. Did you think that I came from an assembly line? Oh, if you stayed there staring at me, if you had that patience in the burning southern axis, you would see how far my hands sway into your pupils.
La ville est une langue prise d'assaut par la mer. La ville est une langue chargée au bord du récit. Au bord du bord, elle déborde la ville. Sa langue est tuméfiée. Tu te tiens à sa pointe, à l'endroit où remontent les verbes agités. La pointe contre la mer enfle. La mer contre la pointe refroidit ton pouls. Le pouls de la langue qui enfle. La mer contre le bout de ta langue appelle. La langue contre la mer se décharge. Mon corps se balance. Sur l'axe de midi, il perd le nord, il se balance. Le vertige guette, la poussière guette, les klaxons guettent, les roues de toutes les dimensions me guettent et le caniveau me guette. Mon corps se balance. Il esquive, tête calée sous le poids tout juste insupportable. Je courbe juste assez pour éviter la rature. Pas de rature sur ma courbe, je ne me dandine pas, j'ai fière allure. Je me balance juste assez pour éviter la roue, la petite roue, la grosse roue et le caniveau qui me guette encore. Il a ma préférence. Sur l'axe de midi, le vertige me frôle. Je n'arriverai pas à la pointe, je ne me déchargerai pas de sitôt. Mes mains se balancent, ni gauche, ni droite, leur mouvement est plus complexe. Me croyais-tu sorti d'une chaîne mécanique? Oh, si tu restais là à me regarder, si tu avais cette patience dans l'axe de midi brûlant, tu verrais jusqu'où mes mains balancent dans tes pupilles. You see, Nancy, you wrote this book called The Infusion of Violets. And here you have infusion of sounds and images, and it also came from our residency in Conakry in Guinea. Can you imagine all the sounds of people working in the streets, selling things, yelling in the port? I think there is also these sounds and these images embedded in this text.
I think you're absolutely right, and you're taking places and cities and so many people and infusing it into your language and the movements as well there. Yeah, I think we have time for one more. So I think we're going to jump to number 11. But before we start that, I wanted to say that there's a word there, and the title of this session has that solio. And I wondered, Samira, if you could explain what that word means, the solio. And this particular one, number 11, is one that I co-translated with Catherine Kellogg, who sometimes co-translates with me. And so we were tearing our hair out wondering what that word could mean that pops up in the poem.
Yeah, that word is a kind of homage, a tribute to all these oral languages we come from in Africa. And especially in Conakry, there is this community called the Malinké. And I learned there that when the guru starts speaking, they use this word solio as if someone says, attention, something important will be said. Or I understood it also as if we have to go to another dimension from the normal to the sacred dimension, and we have to keep silent and listen to what is said. And I also love this word because it looks like Esperanto, it looks like Spanish, Italian. It is close to the word sol, sun in Spanish, and to several other words in different languages. As you said, I like to play with the sounds like mur and mer, so wall and sea. And I like the presence of all the other languages, because also I am from a multilingual background, and most of African countries are multilingual countries. So I wanted that to be there. All the time you have to remember that there are languages you don't understand that are around you all the time.
Thank you for giving us that build up here. I see that we have 3 minutes. I hope we can get through this lovely poem. We're going to alternate. I may speak a little more quickly. In the space between us, there's so much. There's what's said and never will be said. There's what's written and never will be written. There's what's thought. There's also what's ignored. In the space between us, there's a flock of impossibles, like birdsong we can't transcribe. There's the weight of time. There's the weight of histories we don't share.
Dans l'espace entre nous, il y a beaucoup. Il y a ce qui est dit et ce qui ne le sera jamais. Il y a ce qui est écrit et ce qui ne le sera jamais. Il y a ce qui est pensé, il y a aussi ce qui est négligé. Dans l'espace entre nous, il y a une nuée d'impossibles, comme chant d'oiseaux que nous ne savons pas retranscrire. Il y a le poids du temps, il y a le poids des histoires que nous ne partageons pas.
In the space between us, there are also the accidents overwhelming us, those that sometimes open a door. We sometimes see this door and sometimes choose to pass through. If I speak to you, I speak through what we lack. This lack is our chance, the only true excuse for venturing out on the road. The impulse comes from what we call instinct, virus, inner voice. But wouldn't we most want to bring to life what we lack? We draw lines where they weigh us down.
Dans l'espace entre nous, il y a aussi les accidents qui nous submergent, ce qui ouvre parfois une porte. Cette porte, nous la voyons parfois, nous choisissons parfois de l'emprunter. Si je te parle, c'est à partir de ce qui nous manque que je te parle. Ce manque est notre chance, le seul véritable prétexte pour se risquer à la route. L'impulsion vient de ce que nous appelons l'instinct, le virus, la passion, la petite voix. Mais n'est-ce pas ce qui nous manque que nous aimerions surtout faire exister? Nous dessinons des lignes là où elles nous pèsent.
And because we drew them, now we can erase them, letting the sea return to its swaying. I came from an earlier time to remind you of the promise of dawn. Every child is the child of the renewed dawn who will teach us again the profound song, the intimate rhythm of ourselves. I came from that time that amasses horizons and sifts through them one by one with care, giving each its measure.
Et parce que nous les avons dessinés, nous pouvons à présent les effacer et rendre à la mer son balancement paisible. Je suis venue d'un temps précoce te rappeler la promesse de l'aube, tout enfant et l'enfant de l'aube renouvelée.
You're back again.
Yeah, Nancy, I'm sorry, internet has gone.
And you're back. How about if we skip to the last section, though we are...
Let's do this. Let's do this.
We'll do that last section. And let's have, I'll read that in English. Solio, I came back from my crossing to share my last prayer with you. Solio, God is a black woman with legs covered in soot. Solio, make sure to honor these soot-covered legs. Solio, and so you will be.
Solio, je suis revenue de ma traversée pour te dire ma dernière prière. Solio, Dieu est une femme noire aux jambes couvertes de suie. Solio, sache honorer ses jambes noires couvertes de suie. Solio, et ainsi tu seras.
Thank you, Samira. Thank you, audience.
Thank you.